Oh God, what? I can give it a go. Okay, so we decided that we have a decent amount of time while we wait for Demos. Demos' equipment to be made, his armor and his super expensive rod to be created, which it gave us a bit over 2 weeks of time, which is a lot of time. We've not had such marvelous amounts of time for a while. So we left the God, what's
The Nether Sea.
the Never Sea? That's thank you. We left the Never Sea by going up a whirlpool that was above us. It was weird, but we did it. And we came out into the Cerulean Gulf, I guess. And we decided that the warrior was our goal. That was where we wanted to go. And that's where we will go. So we left. We started sailing, and then the day passed, and Darius had become an Oathbreaker, and by true form, a Fury came. It seemed like a big deal Fury because they kept talking about being like sending an arm, like sending their sisters, and like this one was special, you know, that sort of stuff. And through some talking and some shenanigans, we ended up just fighting her. We tried to get out of it. We tried to argue the case, but they weren't into it, which is fine. But ultimately, that resulted in us fighting a grueling fight, and then some magic Wonder Woman-esque rope went around Darius, and he was teleported away. At that very instant, actual Darius was below deck and was like, and started shouting because Kira had effectively locked him in a box until she was out of range, and she had pretended to be Darius, tricking the Furies into taking her to his lifetime sentence, instead of Darius, as he had called in the chit. He had expected her to kill them, or maybe something. I don't know. But instead, she loopholed it. There was some discussion, some back and forth about what we were going to do, if we were going to go back for her, and we decided no. She did this to give us time. Let's make use of that time. So we wanted to continue our voyage and continue learning everything we can and building up our strength before the coming fight in like 31 days or something till the Oath of Peace broke. Then Darathaxel hatched, and there was a beautiful moment where the Oath of the Dragonlords was sworn again between the same dragon and the same man, and a little spark of the same Darathaxel was in the tiny wormling, and it was beautiful. It was quickly then brought to our attention that Demos, in his weird experience on Typhon, had in fact agreed to something, and now looks really good. Something's different with his face. And this prompted a discussion between Darius and Demos about what happened on Typhon, and Darius saw a glimpse of what happened, and Demos swears never again shall we talk about this thing. Darius swears we shall, but quietly. He tried to bring it to Artemisia's attention, but she had agreed to Demos to never speak of it again. Something had happened. She would not speak of it again. And then I think that was it. Did I miss anything?
Sounds about right.
At the end, after that, it was basically just a series of like backroom parlor chats about this person's being suspicious, high school cliques being formed among the party. But yeah.
All right, then a piece of bookkeeping for Halldamir, because I said we roll for characteristics after 2 days, 2 weeks, and 2 months, and
Yeah,
we've just passed the 2 weeks.
Woohoo!
Let's see. Give me 2 d50s.
Oh, hang on, hang on.
He's
I
growing.
need the right thing. I need the two d50s,
Yeah, separately.
obviously. 32, 42.
32 and 42. Cooperative or cheerful?
Oh. Oh, I like both of those. Oh, I think we'll go with cheerful. I want him to be a cheerful boy.
All right.
Cause that's a good. I feel like I've done well as a parent to Aravandar. So I've added that to my notes. He's now a studious and cheerful young dragon.
Aw.
Well, not he's not even a young dragon. He's not classed as a young dragon. He's still a wormling. He's
Absolutely tiny.
He's teeny tiny.
Does he grow to his actual medium size that wormlings are supposed to be?
Not quite. That's gonna take a little bit longer.
Just wait. He'll get to end game. He'll be an ancient silver dragon.
Unless you're feeding him that potion, then that's probably
Nah.
not a good idea.
It's gonna be some. It's a long game.
It's a long
Yeah.
game.
Therex, on the other hand, he's got her
He
mind.
was his great grandson. Finally, level 19.
The
Oh,
law
it's
spoke
really
of
hard
this
to
day.
have to reset their levels so often.
Actually, a roguelike, when you die, your descendants carry on.
Someone's an elf, and they're just like, yeah, I'm level 25.
Oh,
300
some sort
years.
of crazy blood magic ritual. It's like you inherit the memories of your predecessors upon their death.
All their experiences.
What if that was a,
You're 5 years old and your grandpa dies and you suddenly become this buff kid. Whoa. He was secretly a level 18 monk.
All right. I believe the bookkeeping is all on point. I do continue to trust you to update your spreadsheets with the days that have passed, because I'm using them as well. Because why
wouldn't
two?
you? Yeah.
why wouldn't I? Yeah.
I had
Why
taken the second. I have added the second day of travel because.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
So
Yeah.
we have the days since reclamation is 2 days into our voyage since the Never Sea.
In that case, you can continue sailing towards the warrior.
I would like to cast Sending, please, sheep.
Okay.
As we're doing so. Target is Valis. Following message. Typhon's cursed Demos. Send more restorative scrolls to Artemisia with Vulcan's next delivery. Demos' nature demands sudden administration. Treatment in Mitros won't be received well.
Okay.
Also, please send more candy.
That's implicit.
If you got some of those lemon drops, I'd really appreciate that.
Having to limit these to 25 words per day is, logistically challenging.
It's the seaside. Can they get some rock candy for me?
I mean, getting more charisma doesn't make someone cursed, does it?
Yeah, but there was also a bad side to
I'm
it.
sure
So
it'll be
what's the
fine.
if you're getting a +4? Oh, so didn't you get like magic resistance?
Yes.
So what's the downside to this?
I don't know. What sort of things have high charisma and magic resistance? I don't know.
I don't know.
High
I'll be turning you into one.
Wait a minute.
Not that it has done me much good yet.
No.
Although if we have these scrolls in the bank, I might do this like a week before it's time to face the Titans. +4 charisma would be amazing.
We can.
Does Demos know if this ability would take him over 20?
First of
Every
all,
week, forever.
sending allows for a response, which will
Yes.
promptly arrive, which
Mhm.
is basically, your journey is more than geographical. I would want to speak to Demos personally. You have the time.
Oh man.
I mean, she's right.
I look into a corner where I would assume a scrying sensor would be with concern.
Breaking that fourth wall.
She's demonstrated that she does it before. I assume that if she were to get a sending, that she might check in on the situation herself and gather more information. Okay, neat. Next one we'll have to wait for tomorrow.
Your pen pals.
This one's for Kira.
Oh,
In that case, 2 days of a journey through the Chevron Gulf have passed, and you approach an island. There have been many islands that have been approached by you. This one is, well, from a distance, it's quite flat, and oddly enough, there's don't appear to be any trees on it. It's just a series of grassy hills, some reasonably tall and such, but all vegetation is awfully just large bushes, sure, but not a single tree in sight. As you approach it, you do see that it has some structures on it, even from a distance. Most notably a pier, not some ancient thing, but it appears to be a rather sturdy and reasonably well-maintained wooden pier. Not quite large enough to allow the ultras to dock at, but certainly large enough for smaller frigates and of course rowboats.
As the island comes into view, Demas would like to find Pythor.
That will be very easy because he is, as the island comes into view, he seems to be looking for, well, whoever's controlling the ship, which happens to be Demos. As he'll, with a brisk walk, sort of walk up and say, Demos, I can tell you with, well, literally godlike authority that I know that we should not go to this island. It won't, well, it might help, but that's besides the point. I think we should move on. It's not a good place.
Oh, well,
That's what we get to know 2 days ago.
I heard a lot of things happened here that are intertwined with my destiny, Father. I must seek out answers, as I have not been able to obtain them any other way, says pointedly.
You're not wrong, but perhaps this might be one of those places where rather than looking for what people before you have done, you should try to find your own path. I'm sure that's something Valus would say. Sometimes you need to ignore the past and just carry on.
There's nods. Says, yeah, that might indeed be true. And yet, destiny has placed a task before me. Did you know that I have delivered to Vulcan what is required for the creation of...
I did not know.
Soon, when it is created, we shall sail to Hextia's island. We shall free Mother and slay the beast. That is why we're coming here now. Because this time is soon upon us.
Will be a weapon worthy of someone like you, for sure.
Someone like
I
you,
mean-
Father.
I don't. Perhaps a few hundred years ago, I would have been ecstatic to try it out myself, but I don't think I'm not really in a. Well, it's difficult, you see. I don't think. How do I phrase this without sounding too ominous? I think the time of the five is sort of at a very difficult point, which of course includes myself. The future is your time, and well, mortals' time, really. Heroes' time, really. Gods and titans are old news.
Looks at him. Do you know something, or is it merely a feeling?
Oh, I know many things that I could not tell you for many reasons. Some because I don't want to, others because I cannot. I suppose I have been rather stingy with actually being useful. Um, so this island here, let's talk about that. You see, it's got quite the history, which unfortunately a lot of it is not quite nice. Nowadays, it's actually used by Mitros, you see. You, of course, know that Mitros has a thing where if someone upsets the populace in general, there can be a vote to exile that person.
It's nods. Yeah.
It's used
I agree.
against corrupt nobles and other famous people who aren't quite doing things for the greater good, you see. Well, I
Just
suppose
narrows
that
his eyes slightly, looking at Pythor. You know, he's has some suspicions about where this might be going.
this island is where they're sent. It's geographically quite close to Mitros, actually. Even without your legendary Antiquaria, you could reach Mitros in perhaps about a week, more or less. Yeah. Now, this island hasn't always just been a glorified luxury prison. Actually used to be a tomb back a few hundred years ago. I suppose it still is. I don't think anyone moved the body, but it's sort of multi-purpose these days. I'm not exactly happy about it, but geography, you see, there aren't too many islands as easily reachable. It's where one of your sisters is buried.
As it looks, sisters. I have met a handful at this point, but tell me about this one.
Well, she too tried to face Hexia. It didn't go incredibly well, as you can imagine. That was back when Hexia was still out and about in Phylea and the surrounding islands, rather than on her island these days. This island was the site of their battle and where she fell, after which I got very angry and make sure that Hexia would respect her own exile. And she has ever since, sort of, other than to occasionally visit Phylea to spirit away whatever brings me happiness.
So, what do you think I'll find here?
Uh, well, other than whoever is currently exiled by Mitros, as well as, well, I would find a series of unhappy memories that I would rather avoid. She was buried with her equipment at the time that she used to fight with Hexia with, so might actually find something useful were you to enter her tomb.
It's not. Such a place is a place I can walk in. Then perhaps I will pay my respects. Seems only right.
Well, she's buried. It's not very grand. It's a small temple-like structure. Her actual room, where her coffin lies, is barred, and I've made sure that even I would have troubles opening it, but I'm sure a sturdy boy such as you can wrest it open again. I suppose. I mean, I would be the one you'd have to ask whether you're allowed to enter, and obviously the answer is yes.
Yes, no, I suppose it seems only right that she should be avenged.
It does indeed.
Another soul I will have to rise.
Maybe not literally.
Is this? Oh, I'm sure such a thing is impossible. Well, at least for now.
Yes, I believe nowadays a large part of the temple is just the living quarters for the exiles.
What
I
a frown.
suppose
It doesn't seem
It's-
right that such scum should get to live there.
it's all right. At least it has a practical purpose that way, rather than just being there. Besides, it's the exile is justice. You can't just kill everyone you disagree with. That's not right.
Shrugs, I suppose.
Now, the truly evil people, of course, they don't get exiled, but sometimes it's just a greedy wine merchant. Like, I suppose, what else would you do to them?
I can think of a lot of people that I would want exiled from the city these days. I worry that sometimes, that perhaps these days the rot in the heart of Mitros might have spread far enough that some people might have been sent here, while justice might not have been served.
The thing about this exile is that it's not the king, who you obviously mean, or any of his advisors decide who gets sent here, but rather the populace and a public vote. If it were really that people were sent here that shouldn't have been sent here, then the rot would not just be a small part of Mitros, but Mitros itself, really. At that point, well, I suppose that's what the city would be.
It's not like just. I suppose that's true. Though I have learned that I doubt the capability of, well, I suppose if truly the whole populace agrees, then it must be the right call. From your own mouth and from the mouth of the five, we've certainly been told that, though the populace might be able to contend with the will of a king, the destiny of a hero is something less fallible.
Less fallible. I'd expect that the destiny of a hero is even more uncertain than that of a farmer. I mean, as a farmer, you know what you're going to do. As a hero, who knows? That's part of the fun, isn't it?
To understand, I know what I must do. The farmer does not. He has no grand purpose but to live his life and farm.
I'd consider the life of a farmer to be a pretty grand purpose. I mean, you just plant your cabbages and olives and do a good deed for people. I wouldn't underestimate that.
Don't, of course not. But it certainly is different. I wonder how it would feel to be born and not know your purpose. Shit. It seems like a difficult thing, doesn't it? Is it like Pythor? Did you know who you were when you were born? Who you were going to be?
I had some ideas, but really what I went through really shaped me in the end.
Just watches him, waiting for him to continue, knowing though that he probably won't. Yeah. Looking forward then. Let's go see what we can find here. You're welcome to stay on board.
Yes, I think I will.
Thank you for telling me.
Just a suggestion, Demos. I appreciate your initiative in many matters, but do be aware that the people you will find on this island, you will likely not like. However, they have already been judged and tried. They don't need a second round of that.
I suppose, though. Is that your opinion or something more divine?
My opinions are divine, son.
Yeah, he does. Yes.
Kind of got
I
you there.
suppose I've become overly familiar.
But it's a system I believe Valor's mostly developed, so I think it's pretty good.
Yeah, so just, well, I'm sure they won't get in my way. And if they insist, then, well, if they commit any further crimes, then I might judge them for those, but not the recent. It's good advice.
Good. Good.
Well, we better be off. That's what he'll put him to go do.
Sure. And so, if you wish, you can depart the Ultros, taking one of the rowboats, presumably, unless you want to swim.
We might as well row.
No, let's row.
You must well, during the row, tell the others what to expect here. It's the tomb of his dead half-sister.
I've made a new map visible, the island of the Exiles.
Ooh.
I find something here which could be useful.
Hmm.
Python allowed us to enter. And that there are people here who've been exiled from Mitra, so they're most likely not.
Hmm.
Let's see.
Though being an enemy of a Castus may not necessarily be a bad thing in this situation.
They were banished by the people,
I
not by the
see.
will of the king.
Oh, that's a tiny rowboat. That doesn't work. There we go. Look at this boat.
Oh,
Boat.
I
There we go.
think it's this island is probably low enough on the list that Aravandar can join.
Yeah. Well, especially if they fly together, they can look out for each other
That should be
and
okay.
take out weaker targets. Yeah. Darius takes a moment to wash his face and tie like his hair behind which has been growing out. Self-care hasn't been his priority the last 2 weeks, but processing Kira's sacrifice and knowing that he is going to be sticking around for a while, he just sort of ties it up. And I've given him some new art, so this is Darius now.
yeah. Oh, no.
We're on the other map.
Oh, okay.
Cool.
Yeah, like his hair had been overgrown and like kind of shaggy and gross or whatnot. And he just takes a sec just to be like, "Yep, I'm here." Ties it up so it's not getting in the way, and washes his face and joins the others on the boat.
All right. Well, you row towards the pier, presumably, like throwing of a rope, docking the boat, Actually, let me fix this. It's bothering me. There we go. There doesn't seem to be anyone coming out to greet you or anything. The pier is basically just a wooden structure that allows you to get onto the island proper, but that's about it. There's no roads, no like dock structures or warehouses or anything really. It's just, a wooden bridge. On said wooden bridge, however, it's a bit of an odd sight as there's a... Oh, I hit it. Damn it. Where'd it go? As there's the statue of a woman just sort of with a welcoming gesture as if trying to shake your hand, looking actually pretty nice, just standing on there.
I just wonder if that's her. So move on to the bridge. Well, let's see if we can find the temple where the tomb's supposed to be. We'll walk along it.
Sure. Yeah, the battle map here is not just to illustrate, give you a picture about how approximately it looks. You don't need to move your token from this point onwards. Just have them available. The temple, Pythor presumably has told you, is built into one of the little rocky hillsides. None of the hills are particularly high, like 20, 30, 40, 50 meters, something like that. Yeah, no trees, but plenty of thick bushes that are a meter or two high. Yeah. I assume you just sort of head inwards into the island, or is there any particular search pattern you're going for?
Demas figures if it's not flooded, it probably lies near the center. The island seems
Yeah.
pretty low, so
Does it look like the exiles here have made a village or anything for themselves, or what does it look like how's the island affected by having people on it like this?
Here at the pier, you don't really see any sign of anything, really. Although, give me a perception check.
I will do so. Oh. Go. Cast guidance. Nat 1, 11.
No, I mean, looking around, the island seems mostly sort of pristine. You don't really see any structures or obvious
Yeah, whatever.
buildings.
Who cares about those people anyway? It was just a passing thought. Let's go to the real important thing.
As you are looking around and sort of starting to walk over, out of a nearby bush, suddenly appears a woman, dressed in what could have been considered fine clothing once among a time. However, it's been patched and ripped in places. Her hair kept in a style that is perhaps reminiscent of Metrosian styles, however, obviously not kept as well as would be professional. It's an attempt to still seem a certain way, but obviously with limitations. She looks rather panicked, really. Obviously not trying to ambush you, as she appears to be unarmed. But she catches her breath before after revealing herself, and then says, "Oh, thank the five! I thought I saw a boat. I hope the others haven't seen it. Welcome to the island of the Exiles. I'm one of the Exiles, and I need your help. The last Metrosian supply ship isn't going to arrive for another few days, and it's a bit of trouble. I don't know who exactly you are, but I do recognize the Ultros when I see it."
narrow eyes. You recognize the Ultras.
Obviously, I'm a historian. Used to be. Used to be a bit of a hobby. I like the heroic stories in particular, and I'm hoping that I've found such a group with you.
Perhaps we're here to pay our respects to the tomb.
Oh, right, that makes a lot of sense.
Could you perhaps lead us the way there?
I have a different request. You see, bit of trouble. Recently, a small vessel carrying a bunch of, how to describe them, quite ragged-looking, almost. Well, I don't mean to offend them, but they were quite ragged, really. Elves, not like the ones I remember seeing, like in the stores and such, but like feral. They took the rest of the exiles, put them in like wooden cages and guarding them, I believe. It's awfully inconvenient, as I don't really like being alone.
Where did this happen?
It's not too far away from the temple, so maybe I could lead you there first. You fix that little issue, and then I bring you to the temple. That's what heroes do, right? You
There's no
free
fear
people.
with them. The shrug. It's just, I don't see why not. Let's help them.
Yeah.
Also, I don't suppose you can fix Persophilia over there, can you? She points to the statue. You see, the elves turned her to stone.
Not unless you have a way of duplicating scrolls. Unfortunately not.
Oh, don't we have an extra?
Yeah, so we'd need 3.
Chichin.
I do believe that one of the recent arrivals, like one of the proper arrivals, is a spellcaster of some sort. I mean, he might be able to do something.
Just
Perhaps.
I have had quite enough of people turning others to stone.
Agreed.
Especially this statue was someone greeting them, welcoming them.
Well, it sounds like dealing with these elves is something that could serve multiple purposes. Let's not forget that apparently Exiles Island had someone
Mm-hmm.
that might match this feral description.
Has been joining them.
That's true. We should be careful to make it's possible she's here.
I've
See if they can get a
never,
revenge.
never seen anything like those elves. They're certainly not Mitrosian. They're like leaf dresses, and it's almost maybe they are Evrisia. I believe they dress in leaves and bushes.
Yes,
Artemisia,
let's go take a look at them.
At that point, Artemisia will say, words should be picked carefully around Arisian monks. In
Yes,
like
perhaps.
her pretty like well kept garments and
Do you think they are monks?
We'll see. Let's just go there.
like
Arya pets Artemisia on the shoulder.
Artemisia's like shakes her head. Like snakes seem angry. She's annoyed.
Darius will describe some of Moxina's key descriptors and ask if this woman, if one of the arrivals matches that description.
I couldn't tell. The only one who got a good look at the people was, well, Persophilia over there.
Fair enough.
I do know that most of the elves look really strange, but there were also some people in like, I don't know. They looked like thugs, basically. Like old leather clothing, not too unfamiliar. Like hoods and stuff.
Yes, I think he's done talking to this lady.
Yeah.
On one hand, she's exiled here for a reason. He doesn't trust her one bit. He wants to know what, he wants to see what's up with this stuff.
Mhm.
Before she starts leading you, she basically takes a not so subtle but subtle, trying step forward closer to Demos and then whispers while sort of glancing over to Artemisia. What's wrong with her hair? Is she supposed to be that way?
Says, yes. Her family was cursed many years ago, and she now bears the scars in her battle to conquer and kill Lutheria. The Titan, he says, as if the lady didn't know.
She like gets a bit white in the face.
Beyond that, she has a tendency to turn people to stone when they annoy her, so I would be careful. And then now lead the way. She's not a patient one.
Oh. Mwah.
All right.
That's Artemisia. I know Arya smiles behind, like she kind of feel that see it. She's smiling. She still attempt to like fix her hair, and the hand like blocks and spew a snicker.
Artemisia just gives like Aravandar like a scratch on his chin, like a.
Oh, that's good.
Uh,
I'm impressed.
Very well then. She'll basically start walking further inlands.
I'll follow.
All right. It's not too far. Trip, however, isn't the most direct way, as she seems to prefer going the easy way rather than the short way. But eventually, she sort of goes into a half-hearted crouch before shushing you a bit, and then pointing towards, well, some distance further ahead, where you can make out a few people standing around what appears to be a bit of a campfire. Definitely an area that has seen some use in the past. Some of the grass is like turned more to gravel, like a bit of a fire pit, a bit of a picnic vibe, really. There are remains of what appear to be sort of half-hearted attempts at tents made by using some of the like leaves of the bushes and such. But they've fallen over. They look fairly as if someone in the past had tried to do something here and then just discarded, basically. And yeah, from a distance, you can see that the people around there do seem to match like the description of well, strangely dressed people for sure. With like brownish, greenish, not leaf clothing, although it certainly resembles the patterns. It's more of a hide and leather combination with some camouflage colors. And they do seem to be basically guarding a number of wooden cages, 3 large wooden cages, in fact, containing somewhere between 4 to 7 people each.
How many of them are there?
Guarding the cages, you see 6.
I'm
Give me a
over-
perception check.
I will help and give guidance to Demos.
I'm gonna roll my own.
Alright.
Or I guess I should do that to Artemisia.
So 12 plus 1d4. 15.
I think it's the shield that gives a advantage on perception, so always helps.
Nice. Shield of Vulcan does that?
Sure does.
That's cool.
Yeah, you see 6 guarding the cages. However, some distance, like to the side, basically, you do spot some extra movement, and here, perhaps Artemisia hears the call of a bird, or some similar nature-seeming sound that most definitely originated from one of those people hiding in the bushes.
Well, we've been spotted.
Hmm. I mean, I think at this point we're pretty confident.
Let's just walk down there.
Let's just walk
Dude,
down
we
there.
fought a Fury yesterday.
Exactly. Let's
The
just
one
walk
of the
down there.
3 or whatever. Like, yeah.
Let's
like,
just like, who cares? These are like, just let's go.
Okay, let's walk down there.
Let's walk down there.
Maybe the most looked in, just in low voice. Maybe leave the 2 young ones to watch over her.
I think they
Maybe
are
Juniper.
capable. Yeah, Juniper can be resummoned at any time. It's fine.
Juniper and the dragons can always go back. They've got fast movement.
But they also just take a ready to action if he sees a Medusa try and stare at us to cast darkness. So take care of that. I'm not worried about a couple of thugs.
Sure.
We'll find ones on the side and have the dragons team up and pick them off. Keep them, but they should get some experience.
2 days old. It's time to kill your first man.
Vandal was 1
2
day
days old in a body. She's like an adult dragon in a wormling's body. She's
I think
He's
Vandal killed like
masculine.
3 people. I don't know.
yeah. Arvandar's been in a couple fights. Starathex's been in a lot of fights. They can handle this,
They are not afraid.
and they've got each other, so
Yeah.
it's all good.
Approach the camp.
You approach, making your approach obvious. I will drag you over. So-
Vandal, come.
Are you leaving them behind or bringing them?
No, they're coming.
Correct, come.
All right. Plop you down here. As soon as it is obvious that you've reached your destination, the woman who's been leading you sort of folds back. It's not really her place.
Fair.
I haven't revealed everyone. Artemisia did spot the hiding scouts in the bushes. As you approach, one of the elves, a bow in her hand, although not drawn and readied, approaches you, speaking words that
I speak Elvish.
resemble Elvish. But
Apparently, Adam Driver is in one of these cages. at that.
apparently, sure.
Look at this guy.
He does look exactly like him.
Is that Chandras?
It might be him.
Chandras is in there.
I'll get to
get
that
there.
in a moment, but yes.
What the fuck? Okay.
The Elvish woman approaches you and basically, in heavily accented Elvish, says, "Halt! Do not come any closer. What is your purpose here?"
Does Demos speak?
Accented Elvish. So I guess he would say, "Do common speak? Do you speak?"
Artemisia will like slap Demos' shoulder and
Mighty Mitros.
will like
The blue-skinned tiefling, who you absolutely recognize as Chondas, helpfully shouts over, "She's asking what your purpose here is. Also, hello."
Sheep. Here's a question for you that maybe Darius would have some insight into. Does this speak like old Elvish? Because he speaks Elvish from like his homeland over 5 centuries ago, and languages evolve, right? So this is like does this sound like Elvish he would be more comfortable with?
Not exactly.
Okay, so they're newer. Okay.
It's a bit of a different accent. Like, can't quite place it.
Oh, so it's just an accent. Okay.
Well, I mean,
I thought
it's a
it was
good
like-
thing that Artemisia actually speaks Elvish.
There you go. You can lead. I can translate broken, like my broken understanding of it to the others.
I mean, Artemisia can translate to common quite happily.
Yeah, if you lead a discussion, like she's saying this, they're saying this, like
Yeah.
just to these two.
Artemisia will say that. Say what
Yeah.
she says. She won't step forward. She'll stay behind. She's not the charismatic one.
All right, fine.
But she'll translate to common.
I'm trying to pass the spotlight off. So,
Ariad's charismatic.
As the language is translated, we'll say, we're here looking for the tomb that is upon this island to pay our respects. But we were approached by a woman when we arrived at the docks who said that there were people in cages. So we've come to see what this is all about.
She responds with, "You're looking for the contents of the tomb?"
Sort of nods, I suppose.
All right, roll for initiative. She raises her bow immediately. You can also give me an insight check.
Those.
Because Demas is like, what?
Ooh,
It doesn't seem like we should fight over this.
like a 3.
Sheep, can you give me permission to add Juniper and Dareth Axel to initiative?
The dragons
They
have to go on
both
our turn.
Act after your turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but Juniper goes on her own turn.
She does?
Do familiars?
Familiar? It says that, but though if you want, I can. It's definitely simpler to just have them go on my turn. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, let's do it like that.
Okay.
The dragons very much are on the end of our
Yeah,
turns.
dragons definitely go on our turn.
I'm missing someone here. You. No, you are initiative.
Ariad is not. Oof, they're fast.
Yeah, Artemisia. Demos, give me an insight check. You were the one talking.
I did. I got a 12.
Okay. It's definitely odd that they react with such hostility. They seem a bit on edge even before you arrived, for probably unrelated reasons.
It's alright, they're about to catch some hands.
Is this sorted?
We don't
It
have to
should
kill
be.
him
It is.
just because we defeat him.
Here we go.
As this guy will draw a sword and sort of just get a bit closer, looking menacing. This guy will do the same, seemingly trying to protect the woman next to him. Same for him. And he will go forward a bit. Getting ready for you to do things. But it was the archers who really wanted to pepper you.
So this rocky structure here, is this does this like grant cover for this archer?
It will grant what is it called in 4th edition? Half cover, light cover, soft not soft cover.
Right.
Half cover, +2 to AC and Dex. The hill here isn't really high, but it is difficult terrain.
Excellent. Seems like a perfect dragon target. So I will have Darius, and you know what? He's gonna look out for the team. He's gonna cast haste on Aravandar. Let's just beef him up a little bit. Dareth Axel's pretty tanky. Aravandar is good. He's I think offensively a bit better than her, but his HP is a little worrying. So I'm gonna give him some extra stuff to look out for him. Oh, you know what? I could cast Bless on everyone. Maybe that's better. So that's how many people do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Bless. Yeah, I'm going to cast a 3rd level bless to get the entire party and the dragons covered with bless. Oh no, I need one more. 4th level bless. So that everyone's got it. And as a bonus action, I'll give Demo Spartic with epic resistance to piercing damage. Or let's give that to Ariad, actually. And for my movement, I think I'm just going to try and gain better cover. And then Dareth Axel is going to go after this Elven Archer, and Juniper is just going to go and try and help. So I guess I got to snap them to grid. Sorry. Just say that it started like here and here. So speed is 60. Juniper's speed is also 60. Great. They can move in tandem. Can't quite get there in one turn. So I guess they'll just double move and get in this Archer's Grill. Juniper will be a little behind, but Dareth Axel will get in her grill.
All right. Artemisia then.
Okay.
Yeah, so everybody is blessed, including Arvandar and Dareth Axel.
I mean, yeah, Artemisia is gonna rush forward because she can. She's not afraid. And she'll.
Right, he will take his ready action to smack you.
Sure. Go for it.
Smack.
Oh yeah, he hits.
23 for 3 piercing damage.
3 piercing. Alright, he gets my rage then. So I will. I'll flurry as I attack him, and if I murder him, then I'll attack the archer.
So Darius, give me a quick insight check.
All right.
The sudden fluttering of Dareth Axel, as well as Aravanda presumably, is certainly causing a reaction.
All right, 19.
They seem very intent on the little dragonlings, to the point of where they seem to be not afraid, but afraid to the point of wanting to kill them very quickly.
Oh shit!
Like angry almost.
All right.
Suffice to say, it's a bit of an odd reaction again.
Dragon racist. Got it.
Well, I mean, they're here probably to stop people from, like, they're against Hextia, right?
Yeah.
All right, you attacked this guy. Those are all hits, and he just instantly goes down.
Alright, well, I'll move on to the archer with whatever's left.
Second one is a miss, but the 26 hits for 5.
Does your attacks include bless?
The bless, yeah.
Okay.
All right, it is her turn then. She doesn't appear to be armed, not even with a bow.
Oh, Aravandar's moving up, because, Artemisia doesn't know, and he doesn't know. And he'll, he's not going to double move. Not yet. Oh, wait.
All right. She will cast a 4th level Conjure Animal. Which will summon stuff. Let's find out what it is. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. 4 and a 1. All right. As in front of her, 60 feet, yeah, appear these two fellas materializing out of like whitish, bluish dust almost, and they look very angry.
Oh my god, that's amazing! Look at the elk!
Yeah. Eudora used to be able to do this, so I think
That's pretty
this
awesome.
is remnants from what from setting that up.
That'll be her turn as she prepares to cast more magic. From this bush, they are smart fellas, I believe. Artemisia wants to be in the front. Who are they gonna shoot? Darius had one of the dragons, so this archer is gonna shoot. Actually, where are Erevander and Derefexel? That's one. That's the other. Yeah, she's gonna shoot at Derefexel.
No!
With a... First of all, she's gonna focus her Elven archery skills and get a +8 to her next attack roll.
Whoa.
Jesus.
And then she's gonna shoot for a 17
Oh.
and a 21.
17 just hits. So that's all right. A total of 14 piercing.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
And she's happy where she is. This archer is gonna probably provoke. She'll get some distance here.
All right. Just the first attack then.
And she will also attack the closest dragon, which is Derefexel.
Wait, hang on. Don't I have cover from this rock?
Half cover.
I assume Derefexel is sort of flying.
Well, the reason I sent them over here, I wanted her to fly close to here. The reason I asked was so that if people that were not on this rock.
Yes, you
I
have
wanted
half cover too then, so the first
Right,
attack
the
is
17 would miss in that case. Since her base AC is 17, the cover would make it miss.
It should presumably be the same height as the Elven Archer, so...
This archer will do the same thing, get a +1 to the next attack. 24 and 25.
Jeez.
Okay, those both hit. So that's 16, but was the first one that hit me? 8, so just a further 8 damage. Here we go. Ow.
Eric.
Yeah, Ariad looks to Demos and said, "Why are we fighting them?"
They
I
attacked
don't
us.
speak Elvish.
I mean, she drew a bow at us, so... Like, she raised her bow and we sprung into action. And is now shooting our dragons.
Self-defense, yeah.
Well, it feels like maybe we could talk, but I guess not.
It's not our choice. They...
Talking is a free action, y'all.
Yeah, go ahead. You can try.
Well,
by all
I
means.
don't speak Elvish.
All I know is these people just shot my dragon, so they're
Oh, they're dead. Yeah, they're gonna
Yeah, they're fucking dead.
No, man. Dragon attacked them.
Dragon didn't touch them.
Not yet.
Not
They
yet.
lifted arrows, and then
I will. Should I attack one of the summoned guys, or I feel like they might bring some problems.
yeah.
Or should we take down? You know what? No, Arya doesn't know what's happening. She's probably gonna take the summon. She's gonna hex the saber-toothed tiger.
Does it require concentration to keep those up, Sheep? Because maybe knocking the Wood Elf's concentration would just get rid of both of them.
It does.
So
Oh.
maybe That could be a thing.
Which wood elf? Oh, wood elf 1. Is that the one?
I think so. Mm,
I mean, Arya can fire a couple of Eldritch Blast at me.
She will have soft cover because there's a cage of prisoners in the way.
Yeah, there'll be absolutely no hex there either. Yeah, I mean, I'll do that. I'll fire. That's right.
Both hit for a lot of damage. Wow. That's 2 con saves. Save and fail. The animals disappear.
Goodbye.
Well then.
And Arya will yell out like, the closest he speaks to Elven is Sylvan. So she'll be like,
I mean, Artemisia will translate. She's, if
I thought she was just gonna be like, "Who needs counterspell?"
we're not with Hexia or whatever. Like she's just gonna be like, we're
Oh, yeah, that's good.
we're not here to hurt people.
Chandris from his cage will shout, I do believe they are aware that you're not with Hexia.
That might be the problem.
Are they with Hextia?
Oh. Well.
Demas will ask as he moves.
Chandris will give him like a yeah nod.
Oh.
I don't trust him.
No, definitely not.
But, oh yeah, they're in fact my
Yeah.
fellow Luxaria people. Oh, kill
The
them.
fact that fate has delivered Chandris into our hands once more is
In a cage, no less.
Yeah, we don't need him though, right?
no. I mean,
We
no,
have our Never See guide.
No, exactly. That is the comforting.
definitely
Like,
don't.
We don't need
what
it.
could
to.
what
But
could be done?
it's just a double move dash. As he moves to the woman, saying, "Surrender, or you and your men will suffer. We wish to talk." In common.
They don't seem to understand.
Yeah, well, maybe they get the idea.
You know, maybe if they wanted to not die, they should have learned coffee. Hey, Ariad came from a desolate island, Ceylon's common. So, same.
I really imagine it's like two different people, 2 different countries go to an island, and there's like French and like British, and they come to an island and then they start fighting, but the island actually is Italian. They're like, you didn't speak our language.
Yeah.
The archer will provoke from death, actually.
Alright, she'll take a bite attack. She's blessed.
She's got a good bite.
13.
13's a miss.
Ugh.
And then the archer's gonna shoot at her.
Okay.
Getting a +7 for a 14 and a 23.
14 misses, 23 hits. Okay, 8 piercing.
From the bushes in the back, another elf appears, as they tend to do. Who will? Yeah, I mean they'll focus fire.
Okay.
+6 for a 31 and a 9.
Okay, 31 hits.
So the archer here,
Even with cover.
from these bushes, will also shoot at the little dragon.
That fact somebody's
They
get
are
out.
smart. Plus
Yeah,
10.
she's got to get out of there.
23 and a 26. I don't think even cover is going to help.
No, cover's not going to help with that. Another 17. All right. She's tanky as hell, though.
This guy is going to engage Demos and try to hit him.
Brave man.
Short sword. 14, 15. It's immediately obvious to Demos that these guys are not great fighters, actually. The archers have some skill, but these guys do not. They just exist. And here, I'll just be in front. This guy will also just be in front of the archer. There.
The woman and yell at, like, it's call out to the elven woman, like, the fact that you have Chandra's caged suggests to me that you're not evil. So let me know why.
Chandra's yells over to the demos. I don't believe they actually know who I am exactly. I just got lobbed in with this whole bunch.
Yeah,
Yet
I'm
you can
curious
speak
as
to
to
them.
why he's here.
The
All right.
silver tongue would surely have lied its way through anything now.
First thing, Darth Exil's gonna breath weapon this elven archer.
Sure.
Dexterity saving throw, please. Okay, she makes it. So 12 fire damage. And then, yeah, she's got to get the hell out of there. So she will fly basically over here and then down like behind these trees. I think she's basically out for the foreseeable future. But she'll be ready to do some stuff if need be. Juniper is going to give the help action. Basically, I'd like to just fly alongside Aravandar and help whatever he needs to do.
Okay.
And Darius is fucking pissed. He's going to move 30 feet, cast darkness on this whole area to try and block line of sight on the dragons. So it is. I know it's not tactical, but he's pissed. So I'm going to drop Bless and create a 15-foot radius sphere of darkness. Let's say. Oh, first I'll undo the fire breath drawing. I think.
I hear darkness and I'm like, oh,
Yeah, I know you are.
hey, oh, who was so far away from me?
Sorry.
I'm making a shadow sorcerer that later levels is going to be able to like teleport 120 feet if there's like a bit of shadow somewhere. It's going to be.
Let's say that it kind of
thing.
gets in the way of a lot of these archers' line of sight.
Okay.
Walking off the center, and then he's going to cast Misty Step to poof and land in this tree here, hopefully out of sight.
Yeah, these aren't so much tree as like thick bushes. Like standing inside one of those is actually quite uncomfortable.
Yeah, still, he doesn't want to get peppered with archers more than he has to. So, and also if he disappears from one site and appears in an area that's obscured, then it might be harder to find him.
It is lightly obscured. It doesn't provide cover. It is lightly obscured.
All right, my range of this. Okay, then I guess I won't Misty Step. There's no point in wasting a spell slot. Bonus action, I'll give Demos Artemisia Bardic.
Okay.
With resistance to piercing.
Should be all right.
All right. She.
Hang on, that's still my turn.
Sorry. Yes.
All right. Artemisia is going to. Run like so. Oh, that's just out of reach. Maybe I can redo that to actually get there. She doesn't care about provoking. No, just oh yeah, okay. She can just get there, so she'll happily provoke from the wood elf.
20.
He has disadvantage of his provoke attack of
14.
opportunity, so I get to counterattack. So just the first one, but
Right. You smash him so hard he staggers and, well, regrets his life choices, basically.
he should. He should. And then this elven archer is going to have a bad time. Oh. That last one is a crit.
Alright, well, they both hit.
So an extra d6 plus 1 damage. Oh, it's not plus 1, but so 4.
So 17 and 13 and 11.
Mm-hmm.
24. Right. She takes it with some grace, although that was certainly a blow.
And she will then. Let me just double check something. 15-foot cube originating from me would be. So something like that. So as a bonus action, use my shield to cast Thunder Wave. It is one act, but the shield is bonus action. Cast that.
Okay. Con save. What is the DC?
15.
15. Both fail.
Yep. So.
Oh, that's not the right button.
That's not
That is the right button.
wonderful.
And she also takes 7 and gets punted into the cage.
Wonderful. And Arvandar is going to take his opportunity to fly half his movement here. And then, breath weapon like so. His paralyzing breath.
Ooh.
Because he knows she was in there somewhere.
Okay. Con save. She fails.
She's paralyzed for a minute. And
Well
then
done.
he flies back with the other half of his movement. And yeah, that's my turn.
The Wood Elven Druid will take a step back, weaving some dark magic. She will cast a Blight on Demos. Give me a con save, I believe it is.
Oh, I'm resistant.
You are resistant, it's true.
God.
Yeah,
Well, it
you
needs
take,
it. Wow.
you take
Okay.
half.
One of my strongest.
Yeah.
You take half of 39.
All right.
Thank God.
Which is
Holy mother of.
19.
18? 19?
19. And then she is going to, as a bonus action, turn into an enormous lizard.
What?
Is
Does
it a
that
spell?
also
Is it a spell
require-
she's doing, or is it like a druid wild shape kind of deal?
It's Druid Wild Shape.
Okay.
I'm just going to feel better about beating a giant lizard with this. And some unarmed
Okay,
person.
That siren over there has thrown some serious magic, so she's going to step here. And
Two Eldritch Blast.
Cantrip.
yeah, you did so much damage.
They are godlike cantrips now, though.
Oh, yes. I mean,
So 2 attacks. First one is a 21 and a 24.
yeah, those would both hit.
16 piercing damage. This archer is
I was
paralyzed.
resistant to piercing, right? There's
Mhm.
Yes, you're resistant to piercing. So
So
it's
it's-
Artem. Yeah.
8.
Uh,
Is that correct?
Yep, 8. She gets another saving throw and fails. Ariad.
Yes, I will use a bonus action to. Well, that was not the one.
She uses a bonus action to duplicate
And
herself.
clone
There are-
myself!
There are 2 Ariads. They both cast Eldritch Blast.
Next one, they had 4 and then 8.
Oh,
You're
no.
playing D&D, Aries playing a clicker.
Yeah.
Uh,
Is this how? Yes.
Like the
Haha.
Grey Goo Apocalypse, except it's Ariads.
I
Fear
will
me, mortal.
summon my dancing sword as a bonus action. Why should we not?
I think you can cast that further away from you, can't you? Like closer to the ground.
Yeah, I'm just checking it right now. Like, ooh, wait.
I love spiritual weapon for that.
When you do so, the sword begins to hover, flies up to 30 feet. So, we can definitely.
What's the range of the spell though? Like the.
It's not a spell. It's just
Oh, I see.
a
Magic
cool
item.
sword. It's just a cool sword I
It's a-
have.
Cool sword. What? Cool swords are cool.
Well, I guess it flies. I'm not gonna care about rocks. And I guess it'll try to hit. Well, actually, you can't see that, right? There's darkness.
Hmm.
Yeah.
That's not gonna know that then. Oh, was the only one in range? Moving over to that archer that shot me. The Omnir's just like takes out a blade and then he like throws it up in the air and it just starts hovering towards someone. And then I mean, see, oh, does wild shape require concentration? No, right?
No.
God, see, this now I'm in the forever curse of should I just do 2 Eldritch Blasts or should I actually do something else? Sure, I can throw a fireball there, but I feel like, you know, it might not be as good. Well, do you want me to start seeing minions or do you want me to focus big guy?
Mm,
Is the big that is the question.
I mean, shoot
I don't know,
the
it's up to you.
lizard, I guess. Maybe. I don't know.
The lizard? Okay.
I don't think there's a
easiest thing
bad
to hit.
answer.
No.
Yeah, I will
I'll
quicken
use this
and
cheat.
do
Ooh.
2 Eldritch Blasts, meaning 4 beams then.
Bwap. It just becomes a Coldplay concert.
Alright. Who are you attacking?
The lizard.
Alright, well, those are all hits. 19 for the 40 damage, just smacking into the lizard over and over again.
That's right.
It stumbles back a bit, and the sudden confidence that the wood elf in front of Demos got by being backed by a giant lizard slowly evaporating.
Sit back down, you wannabe dinosaur.
Here's ignores him and moves to
I have a warlock.
this lizard.
Level 2.
with Snapira.
Oh,
Oh Lord,
10
mercy
hit
be with you.
for 29. Lizard is sliced.
He will action surge. Do it again.
Filet.
The first hit removes the lizard. And the second hit almost downs the druid behind the lizard.
almost removes the wizard.
You know, he would just say, like, you should really surrender now and order them to do the same. Thinking that
it's
some
coming still.
ideas might transcend language.
Yeah. You know, like a Micaiah to the fucking stomach.
It's
You
just like
know?
a flat.
I feel like that's
tone.
a.
We have
Pretty-
cages right here. Like, put him in there, and then we can talk to them.
I imagine it's
Right.
a flat tone that Demos speaks in as well. It's like this is
Yeah.
this is
This
not
is
much
stupid.
for him. Yeah.
Give me an insight check, Demos.
Sure. He's not very good at that.
They're more afraid of Hexia than you.
Yeah, the elves certainly seem afraid. And this archer. Not amazing.
Sup?
She's gonna take a step back.
I mean, I need to do it.
That is a miss.
Yeah.
And then plus 6, 19, and 8.
You know,
do it.
19 would, but I'll deflect it. So I reduce the attack damage by 21. So I catch it and I'll throw it back at her using that attack roll.
Alright. I mean, sure. She didn't expect that. Yeah, this archer, I mean, can't even see Artemisia. Demos obviously is way too armored. Arid in the back, however, seems to be the target. She'll step over here and lose 2 arrows against Arid. First one gets a +9, so that's a 34 and a 15.
Yeah, 15 will not hit, but 34. So that's 5. That's you know that fucking bless. It feels pretty blessed. So it's fine. Bordic, whatever. She's pretty inspired right now. Take it like she got like two like fucking arrows in the shoulder, just sticking out. She's ready to Boromir this shit.
This archer doesn't have a good shot at anyone except Artemisia, and even she is behind rocks, and she just took an arrow and threw it back.
From this distance too.
Like right next to them as well.
She's gonna bail and hide.
Like the audacity. Imagine shooting someone from 10 foot away that just grabs the thing you shot and
she didn't even lose the arrow. You just grabbed it straight as the string was pulled back and just stabbed her with it.
It was like graciously thrown back at her, like perfectly.
This would elf flank Demos because that surely does something. Yes, it does. Sort of. 24 and 12. And this guy, I mean,
I imagine at that point, Demos like looks around, pissed.
It's fine. Who are these people?
24. Darius.
How is this archer in front of Artemisia looking?
Hurt.
Bloodied?
Bloodied, yeah. That describes it.
All right. Darathaxel and Juniper like peek their heads over, see this, see that their other archer bailed. They're gonna jump over here. Juniper's gonna give Darathaxel the help action to bite. So she's rolling with advantage. 29 for 14 damage and 2 fire damage.
Okay.
Damn.
Hits for sure.
And then they flee into darkness. It was 35 feet that they had? Yeah, so 25 more. This one's paralyzed. Oh, Juniper's hidden in there. Just get her out. Yeah, so they're safe in the darkness. Just have them like this. And this one is paralyzed. So yeah, they just do like a little sneak attack there. And Darius himself, these two archers being a pain in the fucking ass. Sorry, I'm actually mad that they shot my dragon. This is not healthy. Where is my short bow? On it. 80. Theirs is not in a great spot. They have cover there. Okay, I'm going to move like so and shoot at Elven Archer 1 with the short bow of Cupidity. 19 for 8 damage. Hello? Oh.
I can't see the... Oh,
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Have I cut out?
No, you're here.
Oh, you're here.
You're
I
here,
think you
man.
might be losing sheep.
I think Sheep's gone.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Sarah's dead.
Wow, huh? It sure has been a while since
I
we
was
had
so mad.
a
I
tea
was
break
so mad. I killed the server.
or getting a drink.
I mean, you brought it into battle, though. Of course they're going to shoot it. Dragon.
Oh.
Yeah, oh yeah. Like,
like
if
so
I
ridiculous.
saw dragons, I would shoot them if they were against me.
Alright, I'm going to take the opportunity to go to Lily.
Yeah,
Same.
you grab a
Alright.
drink.
They're back.
We just came to talk, and then they started shooting.
That's true.
But it's funny that I definitely feel you. Like if it was my dragon, I'd be pissed too. But at the same time, it's like, no, this is perfectly
But
reasonable to do in this situation.
It's such competing impulses because like you want them to be safe, but also if they never get experience, then they'll just get crushed when the like final battle comes.
Yeah. Anyway, I gotta get
And
her.
Dareth Axel especially is like a full adult, so it's kind of her
It's
choice.
been so long since it had blood in its mouth. It's not
Yeah.
right.
Really
Mm.
can't be too mad because the dragon decided to do this, and you can't be overprotective because it's like in a full adult. Like,
Exactly, it's a full adult in a newborn's body.
So, I'm looking forward to. I
That
really
potion
will
is sure
go
looking a
after
lot
this.
more appealing.
This is so intriguing to my mind. It's like I just see that. Like I'm looking forward to everyone to be like, oh, Dareth Axel's a teenager. No, it's just an adult, and it's like, no, fuck you, fuck you, Darius. I don't agree.
Well,
Anyway,
it's fine. It's fine. I just realized that there's no reason they shouldn't be valid targets for Bardic Inspiration. So if we can give both dragons resistance, then that should help.
and he's got more hit points than me, I think. So,
Yeah. Offensively,
he's
she's
not
a
even
little
classic.
worse. Like offensively, she's a little worse than Aravendor, but defensively, she's incredible. So
Yeah, I mean, the dragons are incredibly for something like that. If only we had more of those. Red dragon eggs.
we got a copper egg in the.
Yeah, thing is, the copper one would already be dead if it took the same amount of damage. So,
It's true. I
Yeah.
think that amount of damage would have downed Aravendor too, and he's a silver. Silvers are pretty great.
yeah, something that's let's see, Coward Dragon would have 20 hit points.
Yeah.
Like it's just you can't you
Yeah.
can't in good conscience
Bring
that's
that.
actually
Yeah.
like putting a toddler into a boxing ring
right.
or something.
Yeah. I definitely feel more like character-wise, it can be like, oh, she's an adult, like it's her decision, as opposed to bringing baby Aravendor in.
Yeah.
Hello,
Back.
sheep.
I'm
Hello.
back. We should be able to reconnect, I hope.
We lost you. All right.
Did this happen? This happened yesterday too.
Yeah, at the exact same
Was-
time, too.
Yeah, well then that's some router reset or something that's set up there.
ISP shenanigans, possibly. Don't know.
Maybe.
If they're doing like some work on the lines, they'll pick a set time where they'll like swap lines over from old to repaired, or they'll pick they'll pick a set time to do that if they're doing big work.
I'm back.
Because we had a similar thing at work where we had our fiber optic line between sites like break because some idiot decided to dig a hole in their back garden. Without checking with anyone, but with like an excavator, so it like destroyed the fiber optic line. And they were like, yeah, at 6 o'clock on this day, you will drop all connection for about 50 seconds. And then it came back and we were happy. It was great.
There you go. At least they warned you. That's nice.
Well, it is because when a 32 or 52 Academy Trust calls up the ISP and says, hey, we're spending thousands with you idiots. Why do we not have a cross-site connection right now? They tend to give us a lot more information.
That's fair.
Because I think we paid for that cross-site connection to be installed. Like it was a thing. I'm connected. Everyone's connected. Amazing.
Yeah, we're in.
We're back.
Yeah. My token didn't register, so I was over here, and I fired the short bow of Cupidity for 19 versus AC against Elven Archer 1.
Okay. So how much damage?
8. And I would like her to make the wisdom saving, please.
Yeah, the macro didn't appear on our end.
Okay, nope. Success, so not charmed, but that's okay.
Okay, those two acted, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Meow.
My, he's just so needy lately.
Um,
Well, you've been home. He's like, hey, bitch.
Artemisia will go here and will attack. Quite annoyed. This archer.
Miss and hit.
Is it killer or
Nope.
no? All right.
You needy little nugget.
We'll do
Oh, you're done with me now? Okay.
martial arts. No, like an unarmed attack. At the back end there as bonus action. Only the first one, not the second one.
The first one is a hit, and it's enough to drop her.
Goodbye.
Wonderful. So I moved 5 foot. There were some people to Artemisia's left, so she's just gonna headlong rush through until she hits someone, but she apparently pops out first into someone. And it's like, oh, it's Demos surrounded by people. You know what'll help here? A thunder wave. Like so.
Just running through the darkness. You already used your bonus action.
Yes, I did. Thank you.
So I
guess
think
she just-
Thunderwave is creatures, right? Not just.
Hmm?
Thunderwave hits creatures and not just enemies, right?
Yeah. Well, I didn't put it
Yeah.
on Demos, but I'd used my bonus action already anyway.
Oh.
So it's whatever. Yeah, Aramandar's gonna stay out of it. He saw Darathaxel get peppered and doesn't want that. He's studious.
He's probably
So-
safe to go after this person with us. Because they're paralyzed and the fighting is kind of all on the other side of the darkness.
You know, maybe, but for now, he'll hold back. He's smart. He's been quite studious about this.
Alright, well, the druid lives, and while her wild shape is used, she'll cast Polymorph on herself and turn into another giant lizard.
Counterspell.
Alright, you have to roll for this. It's a 4th level spell.
I'll use a 4th level spell slot.
Well, sure. You do have to announce what spell slot you're using before, though.
Oh, sorry. I guess I meant. I knew that polymorph was a 4th level spell
Yeah,
slot.
I figured. So
in,
that's fine.
in my intent that I was going to blow this.
Alright,
She is just within range of counterspell, so.
she attempts to summon some extra magic to go back to being a lizard, and it just fizzles. She looks a bit panicked at this point.
I think at this point, Artemisia will mimic Demos's call, but in Elvish. We'll say, surrender and no more of your companions need to die.
She responds, if we surrender, more of them die than you can imagine. And then she's just gonna look defiantly, I suppose. This elf archer.
If Artemisia translates, her it will look still and be like, well, then we better make it quick.
Yeah.
Like, well, if they're gonna die anyway, I mean, I can give you the peace on and mercy of making it a lot faster. Well,
This elf archer doesn't know what to do, so she's just gonna do the same thing she did before and shoot Ariat. Can do this one last time for a 28 and a 26.
Yes.
For 18, so you take 9. This archer remains paralyzed. Oh, no, she makes it. She's no longer paralyzed,
Uh-oh.
but she is in darkness.
I thought it just happened for a minute.
She gets
Nice.
another save at the end of each turn.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oops. I was not aware of that.
Yeah, the end of their turn. So thankfully, it's at the end. Yeah.
The sword floating through the air.
It does, and then it's gonna try and stab the wood elf was one. Haha!
That is a hit. How much damage does it do?
Now I'm like, oh wait, oh.
Oh yeah,
Since
it's
you
meant to
had
do
used
damage.
it.
As if I had used it.
So the damage to the weapon, longsword's a D8, right? +1 for magic, I presume. It is +1.
Yeah.
And then your charisma modifier.
Which is equally a lot, I presume.
Well, hey.
That is enough to leave her on 1 HP.
Flicker, Demos.
I was gonna say I don't feel like that's worth my Eldritch Blast. I gotta be clear here. Should I just murder her? No. I'll send 2 Eldritch Blast after Elven Archer 1.
She's been a bitch to you.
Yeah, it keeps shooting me. What a fucking word.
First one hits and is enough to down her.
Oh.
I love it.
Although, no, sorry, soft cover. There's too many people in front. It does miss.
Wait,
Which one?
Elva
What?
Archer 1?
Can Arya just move forward? And
Oh,
then
sorry,
what?
against
Awesome.
Elven Archer 1. Sorry,
yeah.
those both missed because she's actually quite sturdy. I thought you were attacking the druid again.
No.
No, those have
I'll
both missed.
move, I suppose. Fuck that. Just bitches. That's big. Bonus action. Yep. So I guess Dema.
Yep, Demos.
Snapped in the back, so with the second wind. Gain a bit of hit points, and then turn around and attack the elf 3, and then just wood elf, if that's enough.
Oh!
That's a natural 20 there.
Oh!
32.
Add another D8 to that first one.
Not blessed anymore. That was...
Yeah, we're not blessed. It's a nat 20.
Well, then it should be 2 less.
I mean, it's a hit
still-
and enough to immediately down him.
Well, the other guy can take 9 then.
Right, he'll take 9.
So,
From the cage, Chandras will comment, marvelous. That was a very good move. Excellent. Just keep at it.
I imagine the whole party just says, "Shut up, Chandra."
Fuck up.
Fuck up, Chandras.
why would I talk to a dead man?
Yes. I mean, we'll send him to his mistress.
Yeah,
We
to be
already
fair,
told
he
him
wanted
once.
that. He asked
Yeah.
us.
I will deliver that promise.
Let me do a quick roll. Okay. This Elf Archer isn't entirely sure. She's not going to run away. That seems like a bad idea. She's going to shoot Demos. That's optimistic. +4
Gonna have soft
for
cover.
a 17 and a 10. No, he doesn't have soft cover. The sword doesn't give cover.
He just hit the shield.
Just hits nothing.
I need a dancing shield too.
This guy will attack Demos twice. 21.
Hits.
Great. Darius.
All right. Dareth Axel's going to attack Elven Archer 2 with Juniper's help, so that negates the darkness. Not blessed. No. Oh God. Yeah, that's a miss. And then it's time to peace out of there. She's not holding a melee weapon, is she?
Who? The Archer? No.
Elven Archer 2. Yeah. So while we're still covered by darkness, we're just gonna peace out and rejoin Erevander. Start hiding. Then Darius himself will cast a 2nd level guiding bolt at Elven Archer 1. Let's see here. Where is my macro for it? There it is. 2nd level, not blessed. Kablam! 20 versus AC for 22 damage.
Against who?
Elven Archer 1.
Yes, that's most definitely hit.
Okay.
22 smashing into.
Cool. Ooh, not enough to kill her. So the next attack has advantage if she's not dead. And then I have no problem using Chandras as cover, so I'm going to do this. And then Bardic. Who doesn't have Bardic? Demos, you don't have Bardic, do you?
No.
Yeah, I'll give Demos Bardic against. What is this Wood Elf really doing against you?
Piercing.
Yeah, piercing. All of them are doing piercing. So yeah. Epic resistance to piercing.
Okay. They acted Artemisia.
All right. Target Wood Elf and then the mage, and then Wood Elf nothing after. Yeah, might as well use Flurry. Why not?
First attack hits and drops the druid.
Yeah, the rest can go into
Second
normal
attack
health.
hits and drops the wood elf too.
Oh, all right. Okay, I guess I'll come over here and do the rest of my attack over here.
Well, they both hit.
You have advantage on this attack.
Oh, it doesn't matter. I already did it. Yeah. I think that'll be all.
Alright, well. Gotta fight. You just killed the leader.
That's rude. Top one.
Smack. Gonna shoot Artemisia. She doesn't have any.
All right.
Actually, I mean, she didn't see what happened over there.
She didn't see it.
She didn't see it. 23 and 8.
It's unfortunate that she hit 23 for 10.
Alright, well, she's not gonna do that again.
Ariad sees her draw the bowstring back, and she's just like, it's like an anime switch of like the smirk, like, fucking arrow in the face.
I love that it puts every other archer off of doing that when they see it.
Yeah, that's great.
This archer's gonna go here and shoot at Ariad because she's there. She can't see anyone else, and she has one of those left. 31 and 26 for 10.
No, yeah, definitely.
I
So
mean,
5.
5 resistance is a wonderful thing.
Yeah, I live for it, really.
You live because of it.
Yeah. Jeez.
Alright, Ariad.
Well, I do believe that Archer 4 has been shooting at me for a while. And,
Nice.
I sent my sword out. Go sword! Fuck, yeah.
That is it.
Jesus. Okay, yeah, so that was the. Oh, well, I should probably type roll and not just slash. 5 damage. Wow. And then I will. You know what? Should I? We don't know if there's gonna be other fights. I'm just gonna send 2 Elder Boss. Wow. Well, those are rough rolls.
Attacking Elven Archer 4 still?
Yeah.
Yep, second one hits for some damage.
Oh, a lot of damage.
Demos.
Yeah, just gonna go for the next 9. Move. And
Hit and hit. Enough to drop her. Chandras claps.
Let's see. Some on the way. So we'll move it. Let's move it back. That's it.
This archer is gonna run away and hide.
Probably smart decision, all things considered.
Let them go. They live to tell the tale.
Chalmers comments. You might not want to let them get away that easily. We're just gonna
Oh yeah.
join their kinsmen and, well, seem to be fairly aggressively oriented now, don't they?
What are they going to do, Chandras? Attack us?
Just whatever you say, I'm going to want to do the opposite.
He seems as if he was about to say something, and then he just sort of shrugs. Fair enough. Darius, one archer still left.
Yep.
Seemingly oblivious that she's the only one left, considering that she was in darkness the entire time.
I'll cast a first level guiding bolt at her. Here we go. Kablam. Oh, that's a crit. Should be taking more damage, so I'll roll an extra 46. 14, so 22 damage, 22 radiant.
All right, smacking into her.
Okay, so the next attack has advantage. Darth Axel will go and bite at her. She wants to reclaim some of her dignity. Here we go. Arrgh.
That hits.
Cool. Spends the rest of her movement going back into the darkness.
An extra 4 shoot fire damage.
Oh, 4 fire damage.
Juniper will action to if he decides to do anything. And then bonus action, I'll give. I realized while we were gone that there's no reason the dragons shouldn't be valid targets for Bardic, so I'll give Aravandar epic resistance to piercing.
Hilarious. All right.
Effectively doubling his HP. Yeah, that's me.
Okay, Artemisia.
All right. Artemisia is going to come up here. Because Demos turned around, so there must be someone over here. Sees the lady that she...
sorry. I'm going to use my movement to, again, use Chandra's for cover.
She's going to walk over. She expects them to run. Actually, she's going to... No, she'll go in. She's going to finish this. I'll attack her.
Yeah, those both hit. 10, 23. She is on her last legs.
Vandal will come in and bite. 26 for 6.
That's a nat 20.
Oh, nat 20. That's another d10 then.
I don't think it matters.
Oh, she's dead. Yeah, sure.
Right. And with that, no more obvious hostilities remain. As combat is over.
Darius immediately rushes over to Darth Axel and is like checking over her wounds. Are you okay? What's going on? To the point where she's like getting annoyed with him. Like, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Yeah, most of the prisoners are basically cowering, sort of slowly looking up at this point. Most notably, like, these two seem utterly unimpressed, although faintly happy. And Chalmers is just, if he had popcorn, he would be eating that right now.
I think Artemisia will look at these people and say, first of all, I think we can all agree we aren't going to be letting you out until we know what exactly happened. Secondly, I really hope you're able to speak common.
This guy speaks up as he says, "What exactly happened? A bunch of savages came onto the island and put us in cages, even though we're already basically in a cage that is this island. It's a bit redundant."
And what about him? Points towards Chandras.
Used to be King's advisor in Mitros, recently got voted out.
Hey.
That's
John is not
yeah.
sagely.
Artemisia will say.
Well, isn't that delightful?
I think Artemisia will say to the guy who spoke, I would advise a change in tone to the people who did just kill this people you call savages. It's not
Yeah.
polite to speak to your maybe saviors like that.
He takes a deep breath before his visage softens a bit before he says, "Yes, of course. Where are my manners? It's been a stressful few days. I apologize. My name is Stavros. I have been unanimously chosen by this commune here to be the leader for the current year. In the name of everyone involved here, we truly, humbly thank you for taking care of this menace that has befallen us. Yes.
Shall like eye everyone in the cage, and we'll say, did the wood elves say why they were here? Why they penned you up? We would ask them themselves, but
Most of the prisoners, obviously, they're like shaking of their head. Apparently, no idea. Stavros sort of scratches his chin for a second. Says, "We honestly don't really know. They just rounded us up and put us here. I don't think we were their target."
Maybe they're here for what we're here for.
Chandris pipes up, "Most definitely."
Shut up, Chandris.
I love that there's just hatred for him,
God, I just want to punch him.
right?
I mean, it's a person who eats kids, so.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, exactly.
this was Arya met this guy on the first day she was introduced to the group, and he was entirely a gross creeper. So
Yeah.
I mean,
The
Artemisia.
only reason I wouldn't slit his throat right now is that his patron is the mistress of death, so that might backfire. But
I don't think Mosera gives a shit. Honestly, this motherfucker.
Still, it's not impossible.
Well, Artemisia will turn to the group and basically say, I mean, without really hiding anything, we'll say, do we let them free? Obviously not Chandris.
The rest of them I have no problem.
What are we gonna do with him?
Let them be
keep him in
exiles
there.
here.
Make sure that they keep feeding him. He doesn't die of starvation.
Could lose a little bit of weight.
Alright, then Artemisia will...
Unless he's prepared to swear like an indefinite oath of service, I don't know what else.
Well, perhaps some information might redeem my humble personage in your eyes.
Even we'll see.
Yeah.
Perhaps in private?
Jimmy shrugs. I guess we can let the others out.
Yeah, Artemisia will open the cages.
We just. The rest of you are free to go about your business.
There's some confused glances towards Chandris, who apparently knows things which didn't seem like unknown to the rest of these.
He looks back at Chandris, saying loud enough that the others will hear it. If you don't answer our questions to our satisfaction, we will tell them what you did.
Oh!
He raises an eyebrow and says, you may, obviously. I told them most of it. Whatever it may be.
Yeah,
They know my associations. They know my former position. I'm not one to usually keep secrets, honestly.
Sure.
So
tell us what you have to tell.
see, these elves, most of them, come from an island that is associated with a rather large dragon who appears to be under the impression that someone will inevitably come to kill it. Presumably, you four are involved, as you usually tend to be these days. They came here to make sure that certain artifacts that have previously been used in such an attempt are not available. However, they've had a bit of unexpected opposition in that regard. For you see, the temple has suddenly found itself to be full of demons that have so far been rather successful in delaying this particular group.
That's a shame.
Mm.
Suppose we'll have to slay those demons.
Oh, most definitely, as the person who summoned them has not been able to keep control over them, so they've sort of been doing their own thing, very angry that they have been unable to go home, wherever that may be.
Is
They say that if you slay the person who summoned the demon might disappear.
I'm afraid that would do no such thing.
Is it him?
Yeah, of course.
But it is rather fortunate that such a circumstance happened, I believe. Otherwise, you would have come here and found said temple entirely empty and desecrated. Now it's merely desecrated.
God.
By someone who had no idea anyone was coming.
You see, I've had some differences with the people who have arrived, for they have put me into a cage, and I disagreed with that. So my intentions were entirely just to annoy and confound them, not necessarily to assist you. However, I would very much appreciate it if you did give me credit and accepted that I did. Perhaps you could show your gratitude somehow.
You desecrated the temple, and then someone happened to showed up against whom it was convenient that it's now full of demons.
Well,
She said.
no, the order here is important. I did do the summoning in order to stop those invaders, and I successfully did so. I'm not particularly fond of people who put and or leave me in a cage when I'm already in a accepted exile. Let's put it that way. I could leave at any time, but I've chosen not to.
To desecrate the temple, I'm sure.
That's not the intention of my actions. I'll want you to understand. It's sometimes things just happen, you know. Besides, I believe the inner sanctum of the temple should be unblemished. It's got a rather sturdy door.
Andres, can I ask you a question honestly? Why do you insist on being so evil and despicable? What about that is it that you like? Could you ever imagine just trying to do something not selfish for once? Ever?
I have a hard time understanding where you're going with this. Would you have preferred I simply would have done nothing to protect the insides of said temple?
I just don't know what to do with them. Man who cannot imagine doing something without some sinister purpose.
What sinister purpose is that exactly?
Because I don't necessarily know it.
I don't either.
Right.
Honestly, Demas, I imagine it was just a bit of fun for him,
Hmm,
making the best of a bad situation.
Desecrating my family's temple seems rather. We know he could fight, though. He could defeat all these elves if he wanted to. He chose to let himself and the villages be captured and chose to fill it with demons instead.
Well, there's a bit of an issue. I most definitely could not defeat all these elves. What was left here was a small portion of what they brought. There's about 10 of them left. You've seen some of the magical potential here, and that one over there. There's another one of those, vastly more powerful, potentially on the same level as I am. I did not fancy my chances there, outnumbered and such. I also would have preferred if my abilities were not publicly known in this place. It wouldn't sit well with the others if they knew that I could just leave at any point.
Why haven't you? What nefarious scheme is there for you staying here?
My nefarious scheme so far has been acceptance of my lack of ability. I've lost power in Mitros. The king's a bit cuckoo these days. Afraid, you could say, and turns out being associated with one of the Titans not the best thing these days in Mitros. I've well, I didn't exactly fail, but you refused my request to carry me to the Underdark, and I've no other way to get there, so I'm just here because I've got nothing else to do. I've accepted the judgment of the people of Mitros, who are, I'll let you know, thoroughly in your court. And so I'm just here. If you've got a better place for me to be, he shrugs.
Honestly, I don't.
Shrugs.
I think this is perfectly appropriate.
I would end your life, but it seems like that's something you would like.
I would rather not exactly.
Well, that's what you say.
But I've got a different suggestion. Have you ever heard the phrase, keep your enemies close?
No.
Yes, I have.
Great. How about you just let me tag along? I'll be your guest with all the oaths included and such.
This is Iron laughs.
I mean,
Like a cold, mean laugh.
Yes, I've heard that saying in relation to the Minotaurs kept at Mitros.
Ah,
I've never had particularly strong opinions about Minotaurs, which he shrugs. I certainly have not been involved with any laws regarding such.
If you were to make an indefinite oath of service to Darius here, as he suggested, perhaps
Well,
something could be done, but you understand we could not ever trust you without an oath binding you.
I mean, I'm being as much of an open book as I can be here. I simply want to kiss the feet of my mistress and nothing else. We'd probably inevitably end up on different sides of this conflict, but I don't think I'd ever want to get involved, need to get involved. I thoroughly believe that you'll get killed, but it's your prerogative.
Chandris, let's be perfectly clear about this. An indefinite oath of service to do anything that we ever ask of you is the only way that you have a chance of getting off here. If you want to kiss the feet of your mistress again, you're going to have to do that, help us try to defeat her, and hope that we lose.
And after I've helped you try to defeat her, she's surely gonna accept my presence.
You'll have
Yes.
plenty of time to try and work that one out. But if you
Well-
want out of this island, that's the only way that
You see, that's the misconception here. I'm fine with being here. I'm simply suggesting
Oh,
that
good.
if you... Yeah.
Does he look like he has a place that he could hide his spell book on him?
Not on him, no.
All right. Do I blow a 9 to force him to think about where his spellbook is? You know what? I'm going to do it. I'm going to cast Detect Thoughts. He rolls a 9 on his wisdom save against me, and I'll ask him where his spellbook is, directing his thoughts there.
Okay.
So even if he doesn't answer, his brain will go there.
Let me look at Detect Thoughts, because it's certainly not mind reading.
Surface.
That is, if he fails the wisdom save. You gain insight into...
If it fails, you gain insight into its reasoning, if any, its emotional state, and something that looms large in its mind, such as something it worries over, loves, or hates.
Right. And then afterwards it says that asking questions about it directs its thoughts towards... where is the text?
Either way, the target knows that you're probing into its mind, and unless you shift your attention... to another creature's thoughts, the creature can use its action on its turn to make an intelligence check contested by your intelligence check. If it succeeds, the spell ends. Questions verbally naturally shape the course of its thoughts, so this spell is particularly effective as part of an interrogation. All right.
To me, that says if I cast it in tandem with asking a question, it directs his state of thoughts to that answer.
I'll give you two things then. First of all,
Okay.
there's a bit of there's definitely the thought of hope, as well as probably, you know, he seems to be telling the truth. He really likes her feet. And he briefly thinks about a locked box, although the location, like you don't get a GPS signal.
Yeah. He thinks about it but do I see what the lockbox looks like in his head?
Yes. If you
Cool.
saw it, you could recognize it.
Excellent. Time to learn locate object at some point. But I will note that down and maybe make a sketch of it later to keep it fresh. Good. Thanks. That's all I needed from you. I say immediately after asking the question. I'm guessing.
Yeah, he knows what happened.
Yeah.
Like I don't want to leave. He as he said he can get away here, you know, from here anytime he wants to. I
mean, he said he wants to stay here, and honestly, he's not that big of a threat to us.
If you want to just kill him in cold blood here, let's just hope that Lutheria any control over what happens to him afterwards. She is the mistress of death, after all.
Yeah.
That's my only concern about it. I have no objections morally.
Well, I mean,
yeah, she can just go, he doesn't die.
He's just as annoying, you know, if she can do something to him dead than he is alive. I don't think he's gonna be, you know, some empowered, like...
But that's the thing, he's annoying. It's not... I don't know. I mean, kill him if you want to, but I'm certainly not going to advocate for it.
Talking about fucking lying by the feet of to Ariadne's mind, like the killer of our entire family, and kissing her feet is not like that. That is really, that's really upsetting. Like,
I mean, Ariad do Ariad.
It seems like it's, you know, we're rolling the dice either way, so.
I mean,
yeah.
I see Lutheria's not actually going to do anything other than, like, if she doesn't want him to die, she'll just go, he doesn't die, he can be here by my side.
Allegedly, he's lost favor with her, so.
Yeah, so
you know
he might
what?
just
I'll do it if it's, yeah.
So Artemisia doesn't care enough to protest. That's for sure. Like he's a piece of shit that follows Lutheria no matter what.
Well,
He doesn't care.
He also destroyed Eudora's mind.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
yeah. I mean, I think, yeah, Ariad's gonna like take her dancing sword, look into the reflection that it sometimes shows her of the forgotten and destroyed dead city of the sirens, and she's just gonna use it. Fuck, stab him. Like,
Goodbye, Chandras.
and she'll look him in the eye. she'll go close and she'll be like, "Well, if you want to see your mistress that much," and she won't finish her sentence. She'll just stab him dead. Do you have to roll something, sheep, or?
He does not protect himself.
All right.
He may have just manipulated us, but whatever.
I don't care.
If you want to kill him, you
Yes, it does.
can.
Oh, that red X is so satisfying to see.
His last expression, one of mischievous glee, as the dancing sword runs him through.
I mean, I'm glad Artemisia didn't hear Pythor's words of the people on this island have already been judged, and we should leave them to be judged. Maybe he knew something.
I don't think Chandras' crimes were. Nor do I think we're entirely judged. Nor do I think that Ariad is from Mitros, so has to recognize their jurisdiction.
I am not. And she just like takes the blade out as his body like staggers and just like stows it, puts it back on her back.
Now then, about these elves that work for Hexia. With Chandra's death, the demons that he summoned may well have disappeared, so we should make haste towards the temple and take out what's left of them.
If they are there, yes. Once we've taken what we came for, we can leave. We don't need to face these elves. Chances are they might turn to join us when Hexia is gone.
Oh, exactly, but they're likely headed towards the temple now if the demons are gone, so we should make haste.
Yeah.
Take a short rest.
I mean, a short rest would be great. But I'll be back anyway.
I actually don't need to spend a hit die. I just need my spells back.
I'm gonna spend the die too.
I'll play the Song of Rest if you'd.
I mean,
if you'd like.
If you got time.
If we're taking a short rest, Song of Rest is it's a thing I can just do.
All right,
So.
you're taking an hour rest.
I wouldn't.
Yeah, it's true.
Because we let the elf go, right? They're on their way.
Yeah, no, the logic doesn't really support that. So.
Yeah, we might just
All right.
go there.
I got one bardic left. I can make it work.
Well, I got all my fireballs, so.
Yeah, I think we should need to be quick about this. Let's get to the temple. If nothing else, we can take a rest at the entrance or something if we don't see them there.
Yeah. Camp, spawn camp, you know?
Okay, give me 1 second. Let's make this a bit different. I want to reuse the same map for part of this.
I'm back.
I want it to look different. There we go. Totally different now.
We get a short rest.
Nope.
No,
If you want to take one, you can
No.
attempt to.
No time.
we thought we should go to the entrance of the thing, at least see if the demons are there or if the elves are there or whatever. We can
Oh.
always take a short rest.
Yeah, whatever. I'm cool.
Well, but
Give me a second. Did I do the vision blocking? I did. Look at this. You
I
can't.
mean, I can't. Yeah, I can't. That's incredible.
the vision is blocked.
Yeah, the map transition is a bit rocky, but you get the picture. In the little hillside, there does appear to be an entrance, the door to which is definitely closed, although in front there's a set of torches burning. You do not immediately see any demons.
I would suggest we hang out by the entrance back and send Juniper ahead to scout, see if the demons or the elves are inside.
Yeah.
Sounds like a
Okay.
plan.
If there's no one there, there's no reason we couldn't take a rest somewhere inside.
Sheep,
Yeah.
can I do like a perception check? Like before they all fucking appeared out of all the bushes. Like, let's just do like
You
a.
certainly can
Mhm.
take a look
I
around.
I feel like let's see my perception. Well, well, oh, well. I shall endeavor. My +1. No, there's a
You
bush
see-
there.
You see no elves.
Hey,
Great.
Artemisia will have a look around. This shield somehow makes her very good at seeing things. 19.
You see no elves.
There are
Great.
no elves. We could agree on this.
Yeah, see, I just right.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Total agreement here, Ariad.
Artemisia sees Ariad and she's just like fucking cluelessly looking about, you know? Because let's be honest, normally she would just fly up and look
Maybe
at
like in the
us,
sky,
you
yeah.
know?
Yeah.
Most people don't like camouflage themselves from the you know that angle.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, let's go, I guess.
So are we gonna short rest here, or are we gonna knock on the door?
Let's hang out by the door and send Juniper in, see what we see, and then we can make a decision. But yeah, there's no
Okay.
reason we can't go to the entrance.
I mean, the thing is, one of the elves escaped and is going to go and tell all the others that we have arrived. So they're going to.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Two
might be a
escapes.
bit.
Let's look for we'll look for signs of someone inside or like recent footprints, like things disturbed, stuff like that. Let's just see what's in.
We want to be off this island.
So let's go. Like,
Well, I mean, sending Juniper in ahead of us takes like seconds. I'm not saying we do it over the course of a rest. I'm saying let's just have a scout.
Right? Yeah, I mean, send her the like 100 foot away from you, I guess.
Oh yeah, right. There is a limit on that. Yeah, 100 feet. So I'll hang out by the door and have
Oh,
Juniper
God.
do some scouting. Hello?
Sure.
Oh, sorry. There we go.
The door is closed, however. I don't think Juniper fits through a.
Oh, it's
non-existent
closed.
keyhole.
Okay. All right. Well, then we can open it. She can go in.
Probably
once
really
it's
heavy,
open.
apparently, right?
Probably.
It's a sturdy wooden door. Like nothing
Yeah.
out of the ordinary.
Demos, you're the one who had permission from Pythor. Perhaps you should be the one to break the seal.
I think this is not the inner sanctum, but
Hmm.
give us a little bit door, sure.
Right. You open the door.
All right.
And I'm assuming there's no subtlety involved here.
Probably not.
There rarely is with Demos, is there?
I mean, it's Demos. To be fair. He's a wonderful man, but he's bruteful and honest, and I love it.
Let me check. All right. You swing open the door, revealing some people who do not seem to be expecting you. It's like a dude in like heavy leather rags and armor and hood, just leaning against the wall, just scrambling for a dagger now that the door suddenly flings open. And the elves themselves seem equally like surprised. They've been focusing their attention to the east, apparently.
I guess if Artemisia can see that elves should say in Elvish, like, there's no need to fight. Can we just?
I mean, that's going to be initiative because this guy at the door is going to stab Demos.
So we can kill them all. It's fine.
All right. Okay.
Well-
I mean, I tried. I half-heartedly tried, y'all. I tried.
It's like
Yeah, they're
like there's no need to fight. We killed all your friends, and we want to kill you too. It's like no, that doesn't really work.
Maybe they don't know, and maybe they,
Would we accept that? No.
Yeah.
I think this thug should go.
Darius isn't in the initiative.
I mean, it is the run trigger in combat, right?
Yeah. All right. Where's the thug? Thug 3. He's gonna attempt to stab Demos. Just like as a reaction. Actually, he has a mace. I'm sorry.
Stab me with it.
Try.
Yeah.
Yes, do it.
Stab you with a mace, and then he's gonna run away.
Well, I get to hit him back, right?
Yep. Like you're not surprised either.
Like 12 damage.
That's definitely it. Oof. They can pack a punch, but they're easy to hit. Darius.
You muted
Sarah?
Seraph.
Oh shit! Sorry, I was muted. My bead. Sorry, I'm just tracking some distance stuff. No. You know what? I'm just gonna delay after Artemisia.
Lay isn't a thing in 5th edition.
Oh, right. It should be.
Mhm.
I guess I'll move, take out the short bow and shoot Thug 3.
Fuck 3. Okay. You will have soft cover.
All right, I'll move
Does
over
not
here.
matter.
I'll move over here. Oh, okay, cool.
Oh,
27, it does not matter.
27 for 11 damage.
Fumble.
Then I'll move back. Juniper and Darathaxel will hang out this round.
Okay. Artemisia.
Okay. Aravandar's going to stay outside because he doesn't have his breath attack, and that's really his main trump card. Because limitations. I'm thinking of just getting all the way in there, yeah. Like,
Oh, yeah, I mean, we're gonna murder them all, right? Like,
murder them all. Okay, so
I see an evil elf that is as strong as Chandler's. So,
yeah, so do I, exactly. So I'm going to go there, spend a key point to Step of the Wind, and just, like, come over. I mean, I guess it's be like this. She doesn't mind provoking
Alright.
too much, because they have disadvantage, because Arisian monk bullshit.
You'll give it a shot. Roll double ones.
Yeah, he missed, so
Oh, double twos. Okay.
I'll attack him back, just the top one.
That
Oh,
must have
it's
hits and...
Thug 4 that I provoke from, I guess.
Oh, fuck 4, sorry.
Yeah,
Well, let me reroll the attack then. Nope.
still misses, so
You
22
smack
for
him
13.
for 13, which drops it.
All right. And then Artemisia is going to. This lady isn't on the initiative, is she? Like, I'm guessing she's hostile.
Oh, she's supposed to be. I'm sorry.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure before I horrifically attack her, right? So, we're gonna.
It's so polite. That's what Artemisia really is.
Right.
That's polite.
There's
Right
no war crimes here.
It's like, put your fist up so I can fucking punch you to the ground.
Just cutting her with an axe.
You hit her.
Oh, she's probably got some mage bullshit, right?
She does have mage bullshit.
Yeah.
You smack her for 13 slashing damage. However, you do notice. No, that doesn't work. You notice nothing because your weapon is magical.
it's very magical. It's very magical. So
Her skin is made of stone, but that doesn't help against magical axes. That's up.
so 16 miss, I'm guessing.
16 is a miss.
Okay. I'm guessing Bardic is off, right? By now.
Yes, it's been some time.
Should be.
Right. Just double
It's
check.
only like 10 minutes.
Yeah, something like that.
We didn't take a short rest though, actually. So I guess it's just entirely dependent on the travel. Oh no, we talked with Chandras. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not...
Yeah, that's me.
All right. This guy, well, he'll attack Artemisia. That seems like a good use of his time. 19?
Yeah, 19 hits. Good job, buddy.
7.
Proud of you.
Okay.
Like her attention slowly
Howdy.
turns to the Wood Elf 5, like, oh boy,
You really
you fucked
got some
up.
natural talent if you practice and really hone yourself.
It's a shame you'll be dead.
The Druidess will cast Hold Person on Artemisia.
I mean, sure.
Give me a Wisdom save.
Sure.
That is exactly enough.
Actually, my wisdom save is completely wrong on that. That should be 5 more. Actually, no, it's +3. Oh, I don't have proficiency. Alright, never mind.
But it is enough to not be paralyzed.
Good.
As a bonus action, then.
Why don't monks not proficient in wisdom saves?
I did not prepare a wild shape. Give me a second. Oh, it's a nice big
Weird,
thing.
right? Oh, I should have stunning striked her with that. Oh well. Next time, right?
There's another turn.
There's another turn, man. There's another turn.
The issue of being a druid indoors is that all the dangerous things are far too big.
You know, there's a reason there's not like an urban like druid, right? Like gardening in the rooftops or whatever.
Actually, I want to say that there is, right? Like,
I mean, there should be.
Whoa.
Like, as I said it, I was
He
like,
is
wait.
just gonna turn into a saber-toothed tiger.
It's just all about community gardens
And then she's gonna take a few steps back.
A bitch. 15.
That hits.
Did that not did that 16 before not hit? Then?
The 16 did not hit, no.
Oh, alright. Well, stone skin or something.
Demos.
That'll like going suddenly very far away into this room. So I will move and dash over here.
It's so far away. Yeah.
That's it.
That's it. Arid.
Yeah, but then everything is very far away.
yeah.
Also, worth noting quickly for Artemisia, you can see down this hallway. At the end of this hallway appears to be a massive stone door with no handle.
Alright, that seems about it.
I mean, I can see Wood Elf 5 down there. I see you.
I mean, you've got a very good button to like blast things with, I hear.
You know that's gonna get a couple of Eldritch Blasts.
Against Wood of 5.
Yeah.
Miss and hit.
And I'll summon, my sword. Boop. Yeah. And
That's you. Thug number 4. Well, I mean, his job is sort of to project through this, so he's gonna swoop on past Artemisia. Yeah?
All right. 20 for 12. Oh, is he going past or?
No, he's gonna stop there actually.
Okay. All right.
In case he doesn't provoke, I suppose. And then he's gonna try to smack Artemisia twice with a mace. Miss. 18. Miss. All right. This guy is gonna act. It's the door behind here. Flinks open. And he runs out. Letting loose a thuggish battle cry as he walks in here, orients himself, and goes to the double move next to Arid here. The door is now open.
This is what we call a target-rich environment.
Yeah. Darius is going to move, try and shoot Thug 1 with the short bow. 19 for 11 damage.
19 hits. 11 thump.
And then he's going to cast a first level Shield of Faith as a bonus action. Double clicked on Dareth Axel, who will then move like so, and with help from Juniper, attack Thug 1. So it's a bite with advantage. 19 for 12 and 5 fire damage.
Okay, 17. Most definitely hits. Right, Artemisia.
AC goes up.
All right.
Lose a first level spell slot.
I mean, what's the likelihood that we're going to have a shield wall? Malachi?
Well, so far we're kind of doing okay.
I think
and
we're
I feel
okay.
there's going to be some sort of bad demon thing in there. So.
That's what I'm thinking as well. So I'll come here, and I will provoke from the Wood Elf. If he chooses to be.
Yep.
Alright. He hits. No, he has disadvantage because I just do. So I get to do that, and then top attack.
Alright, he shouldn't have done that. Didn't know any better.
I didn't. And then I will vaulting strike over the saber-toothed tiger, which does not provoke. And then just attack the saber-toothed tiger. 19.
Hit and hit.
Wonderful. Let's have some con saves. Actually, the DC is 15 according to my character sheet, so I'm going to change that.
I guess it's the tiger's con save, which is not that great. Success and failure. Tiger's stunned.
Stunned until the end of my next turn. Alright, it's me.
1
Does
second.
Aravandar want to attack the thug?
Oh yeah, Aravandar's yes. Yeah, he is going to. I wanted to do exactly that. I'll bite the thug. Yeah. 10
The
for
thug
him.
is bit. No, with a 10 it's a miss.
It's a miss, yeah. Alright,
Alright.
that's me.
From the bushes, far behind Darius,
Hmm.
a sneaky elf is
Oh,
going to
God.
shoot at him.
Their stealth is so supreme, Ariad.
They are good at hiding, even though there's not much
Fine.
footage yet.
We go inside and to the side and
She has one more of these. That is a 20 and
suck
a
it.
7.
Could cast shield, but I'll just take the 7 piercing damage. That's fine.
Then concentration, I believe.
Oh, that's true. I will cast shield. Oh no, it's only a DC 10, right?
It's a DC 10, yeah.
Yeah, you know what? Dareth Exiles' shield is important to me. I'm not chancing it. I'll cast shield. She misses.
Alright, she misses. In which case, it's the druid's turn. Who's stunned? Okay, Demos.
We'll move over here. Let's finish this guy off first. So we'll swing at him.
Against the thug, hit and hit.
All right.
Anything else?
Nope.
It's going there, okay. From the room to the side, another thug appears. Go smack the dragon,
Oh, you're lucky.
but he double
Artemisia.
moved, so he cannot.
You're lucky
Ariad.
Artemisia can't see you.
It's okay. I'll make sure he's okay.
Well, the sword will move back. And there's a bonus action. Stab, you know. Thug 1. No, thug 2.
Let's focus fire.
Yeah,
Thug 1's
thug
almost
2.
dead.
Oh,
Thug
okay.
1.
Well then thug 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Murder, destroy.
17.
17 hits. Number 1 or 2? Number 1 or 2?
Oh wait. Well,
Which one are you targeting?
1.
1. Yes, 12 damage is enough to drop him.
Also lets you like get in, like out of line of sight stuff.
That's what I was thinking.
And you know, which is great because now I'm not casting in melee, so I'll fire 2 Eldritch Blast on the thug 2.
Ooh,
That's a hit.
that's a crit.
It is, yeah.
Give me another d10. 17 for 23 damage.
Nice.
And she'll step, you know, to the side here, making room and you know, getting out of potential backfire. I assume that the Darius will like
Oh, yeah.
tell that
yeah.
there's fucking arrows from the.
I think you can straight up see him like pull up a abjuration
Oh yeah,
spell
magic
behind him.
shield. Yeah.
Yeah. Of an abjurative ward. It's like, inside.
Alright, from this back room, another thug appears and will make its way to corner area eventually. And from the bushes, another archer. Hello, Darius.
Hello.
And she has one of these left. Plus
Hello
8.
there.
God,
18
you know,
and a 24.
women
I
just
see.
throw themselves at it.
Yeah, I see that you're single. Can I introduce you to my still shielded AC?
It's not enough, unfortunately. But they'll pepper
Wait,
you.
didn't we have the shield wall up? I thought...
No.
No.
I was
Oh,
asking
shit.
if we were
Oh.
gonna have it.
Oh, I thought someone said. Okay, then 24 just hits me. The other one misses though. So 7 piercing damage, and a concentration check coming your way. 9. Nope, fails. Should have face gone.
As from the side room, a cloaked figure emerges, although her cloak is not so much to hide her
Son
identity
of a bitch.
as it is to hide her features.
Oh,
If you could see her face,
That would be a problem.
Yeah.
that would be a problem. But for now, she is still covering herself as she's wielding a large bow that she will also aim towards Arid. Actually, or will he? Nah, she's
Already.
gonna go here and get ready to fight you properly.
Already.
I mean, standing on a pillar?
No, behind the pillar. It's just the grid,
Oh, okay.
not on the pillar. As she hisses, "Well, look at that. Fancy seeing you here. I figured we'd meet a bit later, but who am I to pass up on this opportunity?"
Mm.
She double moved. This thug is gonna step here and attack Demos. Surely Demos is in a bullshit way can attack him. 21 and 11.
it's a hit.
4 bludgeoning, which is 1. Okay, Darius.
All right. I need Aravanda to get out of there. So I
Yeah,
readied
he's leaving.
action to cast Hypnotic Pattern after Aravandar's turn. Can I do any bonus action? For my bonus action, I'm sorry, I'm tempted to give it to him, but Dareth Axel has even less hit points currently.
That's fine.
So I'm gonna give her Bardic Inspiration, be like, just like old times. Aggressive but careful. Aggressive but careful. And Moxina, what do you have again? I forget. I think she's got a bow out, right? So I guess I'll give Resistance of Piercing.
She's got a bow on her back and a short sword drawn currently.
Okay, so that would be slashing damage.
Ah,
But yeah,
she's
well,
gonna come and fucking stare at me.
no. You know what? I'm gonna do piercing because I just want we need to get our creatures out of the way so I can use Hypnotic Pattern on this group. So then Dareth Axel will fly. Can I go over these thugs? Like, how tall's the roof?
It's not very tall. Like it's barely like standing height.
So I'm not getting all right. Man, I wish we could delay in this game. Fuck. Yeah, I guess I just have to chance it. So or you know what? She'll just take the dodge action this round. That's fine. Same with Juniper. I just need Aravander out of there. Yep, that's me. I've got a ready action.
Okay, Artemisia.
Okay.
I believe the druid stops being stunned at the end of your turn, right?
End of my turn, yeah.
We might need some help with Moxina over here, so.
I mean,
Okay, I can.
she has no
possibly stop
idea
them all.
really, so she's gonna attack the saber-toothed tiger. Just normally, I think. Actually, she's gonna vault back over. She's used to fighting next to Demos, and attack the tiger as normal.
Both hits. I assume you have advantage because it's stunned.
Yeah. And let's get another save. Keep it perpetually stunned, if possible.
Okay. 17. No.
No, I don't want to use another point really. Should be fine. Okay. And then Aravandar. See, the dodge action does not say that you end your turn when you take it, or anything of the such.
You could just disengage and get out of there.
Yeah, I could, yeah. Disengage is an action equally. So, Aravandar's gonna fly over here.
Disengage doesn't let you move, though, right?
No, it's an action.
Disengage as an action. You don't provoke attacks of opportunity when you move.
Yeah.
It's just
That
fast.
triggers my readied action, so I cast a pattern on this group. It's a cube going like so.
What's the
Basically,
save? Wisdom?
yes, and they roll it at disadvantage, thanks to the instrument of the bards.
Okay, she rolls a 4.
Fail.
Oh, bitches!
Fail.
What amazing saves. They are
All of
sharp.
Yeah. Great. They're all out of commish
Incapacitated.
for the time being.
Yeah.
She remembers this happened to the other
Her
ones. didn't it?
sisters.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, as he just said, I'm gonna have to thank you, Moxina. I was worried about facing you and Hexy at the same time. You've done us a great service. We could
get
have
in
still been friends if you hadn't had so much fucking pride.
This archer can move here, get a better shot, and shoot at Darius.
Okay.
Moxina cannot respond to
Yeah, she just looks in.
19 and 9.
Yeah, shield again. No. Said dismiss these elves. Pissed me off.
Miss Druid.
Darius is in a bad mood today.
First, someone beat his dragon.
Mm-hmm.
Now this bitch shows up.
Druid's not on the initiative.
It's just so delightful that I used this move to give Cena the opportunity this time, and I'm using the same to disable her.
Oh yeah.
I made her human token invisible, that's why. As a bonus action, she's going to turn back into a person, and then she is going to summon a bright light emanating from her palm, shooting forth in a beam of sun. As
She just gets to choose which square she becomes a human in.
Sure. Doesn't say otherwise. I've always handled it this way, so
All right.
yeah. She's gonna cast Sunbeam, shooting through all 3 in front of her.
Brutal. Alright.
Which is a con saving throw, please.
Con saving throw.
That is a success.
Ooh.
That is failure. If you succeeded, you take half of this, and if you failed, you take full and are blinded.
The thug.
That is a good point. He's going to make a con save. He makes it. Amazing. But he does still die from it.
Alright.
That was a good chance.
What's the end? Like, how end?
Until the end of her next turn.
Okay.
Sword and attacks.
That is a hit. Slashing into her.
Someone continues movement. Just go here.
She hisses with a feral expression. Defiant. She might be alone, but she's not giving up anytime soon. This thug is amazed by the pretty patterns in the air.
Mm-hmm.
Harriet.
How long is your spell last?
It lasts for concentration up to a minute, and they can't do shit about it. So I think
Oh.
we take out the druid. I think the main important thing is getting us inside and barring this door.
I was gonna say, should I go out and lay into a couple archers while you were doing your? Like, I don't want you to break concentration.
It's fine. If I go inside and focus on this door, then that blocks them off. They're not a threat to us, and its main thing is taking out the druid, so then we can turn around and all be facing the same direction, right?
Okay, so you want me to go to the druid?
Well, it's up to you. I'm just spitballing here. I'm not telling you what to do. If your character would go outside, then you should go outside.
I think
We
she
also
would.
don't know that we can block off this door, so
Yeah. I suspect she next year. And no. Shoot archer number 6. And No, we'll just do. Should I do 4? Nah, I'll do 2. 2.
Hit and hit. 27.
And I guess sword really doesn't have a lot of things to do, so it's just gonna keep there, staying there. Yeah.
I think if we dip inside, at least we can force the archers to have to come closer to us to get a better shot. That could be a thing after
Sure,
she
I
takes
just
those
want
Eldritch Blasts.
you to move.
Yes, I'll get to go. It's fine. As soon as I can, I will move.
Yeah.
This archer's gonna shoot at Darius.
Mhm.
Did she? Yeah, she used all the bonuses, so these will be
No.
vanilla. 16,
No.
24. No.
Shield. Oh, if 24 does still hit.
Didn't you already have shield?
It lasts for a round.
Yeah,
Yeah.
24.
Yeah, 24 just hits me. So 11. Con save. I'm gonna declare that I roll. What is it that I have? It's above 10. I know that. I'm using my portent roll on this.
Okay.
I need to keep this up.
Yes.
She is.
It was a 14. So 14 and 9 are gone.
She's incapacitated in her charm.
Charmed. Darius.
All right, I need to get in. I guess I'll do Darius first. So I'll go over here, and for my. No, sorry, I was here, right? Go past Moxina without a care in the world. I'll go over here. For my action, I'll use Prophetic Trance. Ooh, that's pretty something. Bonus action, I will recast Shield of Faith. I'm going to do it on Aravandar. He's in a little bit of a precarious situation there.
That takes concentration.
So it does. Thank you. Thank you. Not always the greatest.
He's in good health, so.
Yeah. That's okay. I'm just looking out for our buddies. Darathaxel, 60-foot move. We're just gonna get in the clear. Dodge action. Juniper trails. Dodge action.
Also, one thing worth noting. I just looked up shield. Rules as written. You have +5 bonus to AC. Oh, sorry, I missed a word. Including against the triggering attack. I missed the including.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that would be a shitty spell if.
It'd be awful, right?
If it was a reaction but didn't work on the triggering attack.
No, I thought it was just against the triggering attack, but it's just.
No, it's actually incredibly broken. It works until the beginning of my next turn. I think only against the triggering attack would be fair for a first level spell, but.
Artemisia, you are blind.
I am blind, but we're used to fighting blind, and I know that this lady has gone this way, or is in this way, and Demos wouldn't have let her move, right?
Yeah.
So just
Forward.
attacks. Yeah. Puts everything she has into this. Really?
Miss, hit. Miss and miss.
20
Oh,
miss.
you've got disadvantage. You're blind.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure. I forgot about disadvantage.
Second one hits though for 13.
But Aravandar.
Stunning strike?
No, I want to keep the key points. Actually, no, she's really tough, so yeah, let's get a con save.
Okay. She makes it.
She makes it. Aravandar is going to bite her.
Eek.
9. Oh. He rolls well on the second die, but yeah.
All right. This archer, there's.
Does Aravandar still have move? He could get back around a corner.
Don't want to really provoke.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
I mean, actually, I have an idea before my thing ends. Artemisia will step back.
Okay. I mean,
maybe provoking.
She's not gonna take that.
All right, then I'll step back in. If I could get her reaction out, then I would have moved him. But otherwise,
this archer is gonna shoot Eric twice. 1 and 2. think 25 should hit. Ari, you're muted.
Oh, yeah. The first one.
Okay. Oh, I didn't mean to press that.
I might have to start using my shields.
Yeah.
The druid is surrounded.
We might want to think about seeing if we can block this off somehow, because it's a big stone door, right?
It's a sturdy wooden door.
Sturdy wooden door. All right.
All
So far,
right.
there's only 2 archers out there.
Yeah, I know, but
She is going to slam her palm into the floor, which then erupts in a massive gout of flames as she casts Firestorm.
Okay.
Which lets her have up to 10-foot cubes. She will only need 3. Because they will be like
Yeah.
so, just
Yeah.
around her.
That makes sense.
All creatures inside those cubes, give me a dex saving throw. It's basically the entire hallway explodes in fire. This is for half.
So I take none because I have evasion. Aravandar's roll is 11's not good.
18 is a success.
All right, then I can use my shield as a reaction to take no damage from it.
Okay.
nice.
Just Aravandar.
Only Aravander gets hit by 39 fire damage.
Oh, Lord.
Oh,
Oof.
need to send Dareth Axel in there and
Uh-huh.
resist that.
Oof.
As then she is going to see. Surely there's a bigger beastie I can find than a saber tiger.
Well, can it fit in here, though?
Yeah, that's the issue because most feisty are
Squeezes everyone off to the side, anime
What's the
style.
plan with getting her stuck in here?
Yeah.
Let's see.
I kind of like the image that she conjures this firestorm, and Demos manages to like Captain America with the grenade. You squeeze his whole body behind the shield to block it,
Yeah.
and Artemisia somehow dances through the flames.
Just Spider-Man jumps onto the wall or onto the ceiling.
While blind.
While blind.
No, yeah.
Oh, the
she
Aravandar's
runs
like,
up the wall, takes a step on the roof, like make us
Like-
a couple wheels, and then go down again.
Yeah.
Superhero pose.
is okay, good. Whew. I just had the terrifying fear that for a second that Aravandar might be vulnerable to fire.
No.
Would have exploded then.
Oh, Lord.
He's immune to cold, but nothing to do with any other damage
Yeah,
types.
yeah.
And then, as a bonus action, Druidess is gonna turn into a turtle.
Oh no.
All right.
Oh, that's
sheep.
worthless.
As a cute ass turtle.
I love turtles, sheep. Why?
For exactly that reason.
Well, Halldamir, as it turns out, this is not actually a turtle. It's just the front part of a snapping turtle. The back part is like a massive worm snake thing.
Okay, all right. We'll go with that.
Then we'll attack it.
Hit and miss.
Oh well.
Now this turtle does not have stats. Let me give it stats.
Unstatted snapping turtle.
Right. Gonna see a few spoilers of the turtle's ability here, but that's fine because one of them is actually funny. Hit and miss. 12 slap.
That's awesome.
These guys are still hypnotized. Harriet.
Yeah. I will hex Elven Archer 6. And I'm gonna spend 2 sorcerer points to Cricken and send 4 Eldritch beams. Any leftover damage.
Isn't Hex a bonus action though?
Yeah.
I don't think you can do.
You're right. You're right. Yeah. Okay. Well, then I'm just gonna send 4. That's probably better.
That's a hit. And that's a hit.
She did yet?
No.
Well.
Do you want to hex or attack 4 times?
Hmm?
I assume you want to do 2 Eldritch Blasts rather than hex and Eldritch Blast.
Yeah. That's what I did.
Okay. Hit and hit. She is very close to being dead.
Well, and then I'll step inside. Like, I don't have to stand there.
Yeah, might as well make them work for it.
Yeah. And that's me.
All right.
Nope.
This Ferg is hypnotized. This archer has no target. Gonna double move here. Still have no target. Noxina is hypnotized. Darius.
I would like to move and shut the sturdy door.
Okay, you can shut the door.
Is that an object interaction or action, or what is it to bar off this door?
Let's say you can do that as your object interaction, sure.
All right, cool. At least forces them to have to come up to the door and open it. Buys us probably around. Ooh, scary. I'll use the rest of my movement to go back over here. For my action, I think I need to get away. And I also can't really do anything without break. Yeah, I got nothing. So I'm just going to dash for my action, go over here. Or sorry, before I do that, I cast... oh no, it's all... I cast a... To do this, I cast a 5th level on Dareth Axel.
5th level what?
Oh god, this is the worst use of a 5th level spell slot. The things you do for your kids. Because I'm... There we go. And then I move over here. Dareth Axel will move and go over here. And I wanted to give the help action to Aravandar, but I don't see a way of Juniper getting in there.
No, Aravandar's leaving.
Okay.
Oh yeah, he's got 6 out of 45 hit points. Like he's
Yeah,
getting
no,
the
he's
fuck
leaving.
out of there.
Yeah.
He needs to get out of there. Yeah.
Oh, there's no question.
How do I get Juniper in there? Oh, it's only if you leave a threatened area, right? Okay, cool. So she'll do this, and she'll give the help action to Demos. I don't see why not. And then bite from Dareth Axel. 21 for 7 damage and 1 fire damage.
21 hits. Great. Biting the turtle.
Yeah.
Artemisia.
Alright. First off, Aravandar disengages.
Good boy.
And Artemisia is now very angry. And will lay into this stupid turtle.
Miss. Last one hits.
Well.
It's a sturdy turtle.
I'm not...
It's literally... Oh, it's a stable turtle, sorry.
It's a stable turtle. I mean, we're not really worried about it attacking, I think. I mean... Actually, no, it's probably got good con. Never mind. Never mind. Give myself that point back.
This archer runs forward and opens the door.
Okay.
The door's open. The druidess. She is a turtle. She can still use spells that only require verbal or and all somatic components.
That should have been when she transformed into a saber tooth tiger. You're off, Cat.
Yeah. Come on,
So
Cat.
late.
Get your
My
soundboards going.
God. That's embarrassing. You should be ashamed.
It's worse if I lock him out.
I've had gaming
He's
dog
deaf,
on and
so
off.
he
of
has
the...
no concept of volume.
Oh god, no. I've had gaming dog on and off of the desk.
The turtle is just going to try to bite Artemisia here. Although
Turtle's
there's...
got initiative again.
Yeah,
Is
because
that-
I...
Oh. Yeah, I see.
Because I've got her sitting here, but she is the turtle. Although there's... She really doesn't like dragons. She's going to attack their effects with me.
Whoa!
Miss.
No, get out of here. Don't attack my baby.
Bitch.
Swings my Kyra.
Killer.
Hit and hit. Anything else?
I have no other actions to do.
Okay.
You know.
Still hypnotized. Ariad.
Yes.
Is this the one that was almost dead?
Yes.
Yeah.
Ariad, if you plan on doing attacks, I will guarantee their hits. This is important. So you do whatever you want.
My question is how many wild shapes does this lady have?
I can tell you it's 2.
Oh, okay.
No, I mean, yeah, Ariad will go out and
Blast 'em.
shoot beams. You know what she's gonna do though? So, she's gonna go here. No, she's gonna stay here and then go here. Then she's gonna shoot elf number 6.
Rolls of 19 on her dice roll.
Well, I rolled twice.
Yeah. First one will be a 19 then. Yep.
Okay.
That's
Well,
it.
that's
Great, and
nice.
That's good.
I appreciate it, man. Yeah,
So this
and
is-
then I'll use my object interaction.
Just slam the door in their face. Get out.
Oh, I got a hexer. Then I got a slam through.
So many forms of magical rejection.
And non-magical.
I'm not into you.
That's
Like,
stupid.
still
I
hypnotized.
had to.
She's
The
gonna
archer
open the door.
Thing is, the archer can walk up, open the door as an object interaction, and she still has an action left. She's gonna use to shoot Darius because they are smart. They know
She'll
things.
have disadvantage then.
It is true. 12 and 17.
Both miss.
Well, that didn't
Back in
work
your
out.
corner.
Nope.
It
Obviously,
really
that's
did not.
still hypnotized Darius.
Yeah, I'm just ready to support Ariad. That's well, I guess I could do it on myself. Aravandar, not looking great. Sorry, I
This will help.
want to check what the range is for me to use prophetic trance stuff. Because I'm thinking of moving it further into the hall. Oh, it just has to be something I can see. So as long as I keep them in line of sight, that's okay. I'm gonna go over here and cast a 4th level sleeping draught on the giant snapping turtle. Let's knock out this druid.
Okay.
Does it have 81 hit points or less?
Yes.
She passes out.
The spell ends. Sleeper. It's not concentration.
No.
No, sleeping draw is bullshit. We encountered this kind of early on.
Let me take a look at that because that seems important.
It's in the it's an Odyssey new spell.
Yeah, Odyssey special.
Yeah, Odyssey special. Yep, 1 minute duration. If it's a bit. It's basically sleep, except it's all
Absolute
instead
bullshit.
of all of the power that you would have on multiple targets, it's spread into just one target. You can't do multiple people, but it's really good.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, I guess the turtle's asleep.
Goodbye.
Man,
I was.
conscious. Okay.
Oh crap! I was actually going to. Do you want to? Can I undo time a little bit and have Dareth first? I know it doesn't make a difference, but if it does wake up, I would like it to have less hit points.
Yeah, so the Bond of the Dragonlords.
Because they're supposed to go on my turn.
It says on your turn. It doesn't say at the end of the turn or anything like that.
Yeah.
So,
On your initiative.
on your initiative, yeah.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah. So my plan was to weaken its hit points, then do that. I just jumped the gun, but then it worked out. So
Okay.
Juniper will give the help action to Dareth Axel. Dareth Axel will attack with advantage, taking 7 plus another 3 fire, and then Then Darius comes up and sleeping draughts it.
All right.
As a bonus action, I have. Oh no, they gave it to Dareth Axel. So sorry, Airvander. Next turn. I'll get you next turn, buddy.
That's fine. It's fine. He's staying out of the way.
Yep, that's all I got.
Okay. Artemisia.
All right. So it's unconscious. Has advantage. I am.
I think
going to prepare my attack action for when Demos attacks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Everyone crit at the same time.
Because I want
Good.
Demos to get the hit.
So it's asleep. Demos.
Sure, he'll attack. Those crits.
Yes, advantage with crit. Auto
Yeah.
crit.
Well, she will stop being unconscious after the first attack.
Yeah.
That is enough to kill the turtle, revealing the druid.
Well, she was unconscious, so she's still prone, right?
I suppose that's fair. The second attack would miss regardless. And without a turtle being there, Artemisia is not in range to actually take the attack.
Yep. That's frustrating, I guess. I just wasted a turn, but whatever.
Sorry, my focus was.
No, it's fine. I
what it would
wanted
be.
Demos does more damage in a single hit, so I wanted him to have the crit.
The fog is hypnotized. Ariel.
Yes. it
If
is
you want to
I.
close the door again, I'm gonna say it's an opposed strength check because that's a problem with that.
I mean,
No.
only an
I'm not
object,
that devilish.
it's a free action anyway to happen, so it's whatever.
Oh, that would be great. I will use my bonus action to put hex on this, or move my hex to this lady. And I will do my moving staff bomb as it is written.
She rolls a 15. So plus 10 on that attack.
That will hit then.
And then I'll do on my staff of thunder and lightning, I will do you can cause the target to take an extra 2d6 lightning. So hex is 1, so that will be extra 3d6.
Doesn't it also like stun the target or something? I remember that from the.
It's another option. It's either damage or stun.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. This thug is hypnotized. The archer. Let me look at hypnotic pattern one more time.
Oh, I know what you're gonna do.
Okay. She's gonna go here and slap Moxina out of her.
Then she will take damage.
Yep.
Yeah.
She'll take the damage.
7.
Come on, die.
Not enough.
Oh, not enough.
Well,
What's
I'm gonna be deep shit over here.
What's just quickly? What's the 3 after the 7? Like, I see 7 damage and then there's a 3, but then it says take 7.
3 if the target move. Oh, huh.
So I'm just
26.
wondering if
Oh.
that's free damage
Where's that?
from something else. Maybe.
I think
That's
that was the
I
hex.
think. No. That's that's from the lightning. It's because
okay.
it rolls the damage from staff separately.
Oh, damn. I hope that maybe that little bit.
All right, she can finally act, which Harriet is certainly surrounded and far away,
Fuck.
which means she's going to step forward and do her multi-attack. Snake hair first, 23, 8 piercing plus 16 poison.
Oh lord.
Yikes.
Yeah, she means business.
Let's see here. God, I can't even shoot that.
No.
I don't have enough. Well,
Don't worry, any more attacks might be coming your way.
Yeah.
Two more.
So that's 24. Oh lord, I did not get to heal, y'all.
Yeah, we
And then a short sword, which misses. And another 20.
I will shoot that. Fuck
All right. Darius.
I will recast Hypnotic Pattern. So I could delay. I'll take a ready to action to do it. Ariad, if you can at least get out of there, then I can exclude.
Yeah, I can
The
do
only
that.
person who goes before you is Thug 2, and they're already paralyzed. So.
I mean, I'll teleport out.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to quickly see if there's anything better I could do. I don't think there is. So yeah. What's the range on Hypnotic Pattern? I guess I gotta get there. It is 120 feet, so no, I don't. I can stay where I am. Yeah, ready to action. Who benefits from advantage on their first attack better, Artemisia or Demos? Well, I guess she's already prone, isn't she? But she'll probably get up.
Yeah, I mean, Demos does more damage than me.
End her, possible.
And you already go before she goes. So
I do
yeah,
go, so... yeah.
Juniper gives help action to Demos. Darathaxel goes in for the bite. With advantage. 22 for 14 and 1 fire damage.
That's it.
And then she is prone, yes? So I'm going to have Darathaxel bail. And if she wants to take an attack, she can, but at disadvantage.
No, she won't.
Cool.
It's not what she does.
Great. Darius is ready to recast Hypnotic Pattern.
Okay, Artemisia.
Alright, Artemisia comes in and with advantage on all of her attacks because she's prone, flurries. 18, 19, 18, 19. Oh,
They
25.
all barely hit. 18,
So, yeah.
25, 34. Ooh, okay.
And then con save, please.
No, she's
Done.
Oh. I guess the Sleeping Drought wasn't that bad.
Until my next turn. Aravandar sees trouble and is very low on hit points. He's gonna hide in here. He's studious enough that he registers the trouble he is in.
Right, Demos.
Hey man, you got advantage on all attacks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do something. About
The first attack is enough to kill the already downed druid.
High five.
Had she gotten an action, she would have cast heal. She did not get an action.
I mean, that would be nice of her. I am feeling a little low on good peace offering.
Well, yeah, good thing you have another problem. That's it.
That's true.
Alright, this frog is still hypnotized. Ariad.
Yes. Well, you know, I gotta get the hell out of here. But first, I'm gonna try and damage this evil bitch.
Make sure you can still disengage.
No, I'm not
just missed a step.
disengaging anything. I'm teleporting out.
Oh, okay, cool, nice.
And that is a hit.
That's 14 damage. And 1d6 extra for the hit. Three more. Yeah. And then she will bonus action teleport. Because step
is
so
amazing.
that is 30?
Yeah, steady.
I think good.
My
Yep.
ready to action procs. Recast hypnotic pattern with everyone inside it. Rolling at disadvantage, please.
DC 18.
Yeah. Wisdom save
Dude,
is.
my entire build has been made around hypnotic pattern fate binding combo. Nope.
The elf.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the elf is included.
Oof.
Ooh. Oh no, with disadvantage. She.
I mean, it was a wisdom save, but
Yeah.
you know.
Oh, that's true. It's a wisdom save sheet, not a
Oh,
constitution.
sorry. I think the bonus is the same.
Just go with the same roll. She probably doesn't have like
Oh, I
a
guess she fails anyway.
bonus.
She fails either
Yeah.
way because
Fails
18
no
is
matter
very
how
high.
you.
Just, well, you know,
It's
fair is fair,
insane.
right? Fair is fair.
That's me.
Nice. I just hope no enemy ever does this to us.
Right?
There can only be one fate binder.
Let's
18
add
wisdom
your
save. Ooh.
just walk away from the keyboard. Just like, oh, you're signed for 5 minutes there. Well, okay.
I mean, all of these are hypnotized. You basically, initiative has lost all its meaning currently.
Oh, I have maybe I can petrify her.
Yes!
Yes!
Oh my god!
Do it!
And we send her to Hexia's island.
Do it!
Let's separate the head from the body before we set her.
Yeah.
Just to make sure she
Yeah.
doesn't get unpetrified.
For sure. But
But please, let's just have
we need to
Moxina
try
stare.
that.
We need to.
Do you have any more roll voodoo?
I would have to take a
Yeah.
shot. No, I use my
Oh.
daily and my prophetic trance. Sorry.
All right, so it's not that likely I can do it, but it's
Yeah.
worth
We're
a try.
gonna,
Well, you get
I
10
mean,
tries, right?
Yeah.
maybe we at least clean up the other people first, and I don't know.
I mean, I am convinced that you guys could clean those guys up.
Yes.
Well, I- Times.
While you do that, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, basically, you just have to surround them one at a time, all attack at the same time, kill them, and then just move
Oh,
on to
yeah.
the next one.
I mean, let's do it. We're in initiative, but I mean, like Sheep said, it hardly means much right now.
Yeah.
Just
I want to. I guess I'll go up and a 30. Oh, I can just see him. I'm gonna heal him word my guy Aravandar. Sorry, I'm gonna keep my 3rd level slots just in case we need to recast
that's
hypnotic
fine.
pattern.
He's staying where he is, man. He's
I know, but you know,
being a good boy.
he's got to know that we got his back. All right? You did. Then the healing word is you did real good, Aravandar.
Mm-hmm.
That was great. And he feels 10 hit points better for this appreciation. And then I'll take out the short bow and take a ready to action that if one of my allies attacks an enemy, I shoot the same enemy.
Excluding Artemisia.
Yeah.
'Cause my
Well, you're
thing
not
will-
attacking. You're using.
I think it's still it's forcing someone to make saves. I would call that an attack.
All right.
But,
Okay.
yeah.
If a mook gets attacked, I shoot the same mook.
All right. I'm gonna walk. Actually, no. I'm gonna.
There's one consideration though.
Mm.
To petrify something, they have to see your eyes, which implies that you see their eyes.
Doesn't
Mm,
like Medusa stuff like require action and like intent?
Oh, sorry. It explicitly says if the Medusa isn't incapacitated, which she currently is. Yeah.
Fucking do it, Halldamir. That's a
Do it!
I mean, it's really.
petrify Moxina.
It's quite unlikely because my DC is still garbage, but it's worth a try.
I mean,
So
the thing is, what she abused last time is the fact that an attempt doesn't do damage. Like
That's
you've
what I'm
got
doing.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
the entire duration of the pattern to actually do it.
The entire minute.
Yeah, you have a minute. I have 2 other 3rd level spells. You can go
Yes.
at this for a while.
Yeah, I mean, con save.
And once she fails once, then
She has disadvantage from there on. So.
yeah.
And
If anyone's got a way to impose disadvantage on,
Is there not a range on it?
yes, it's 30 feet, so maybe I have to be a bit closer actually. Where was I just before? Let's
so
revert.
you can hit revert last move.
Yeah, let's just do that. Because I mean, I can.
I was gonna say you can do monk bullshit.
I could also do monk bull. I mean, let's key point to just like walk over here, I guess.
Alright.
Yeah.
Oh, slow walk while she like takes off the hood.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks so good.
And then yeah.
But now these snakes have a fucking crown on them. So it's just glorious.
It's only DC 8, but you know.
Oh lord.
It sucks, but we got time. We got time.
For the 3rd time in a span of 10 minutes. Okay.
Oh yeah, once.
Her Medusaness not quite as powerful as Noxina's, which just increases the irony. Success.
Yeah,
So a minute is
first
10 attempts.
And I've got 2
Yeah,
other
but then
castings.
you can
of this.
use your bonus action every turn to force it to
Yeah,
make it
after
again
that, I
with an
can.
advantage.
After that, it ramps up.
Yeah.
Because I can use the action to force it and the bonus action to repeat the throw. So once she fails, it ramps up.
There it is. Oh no, wait, no.
That's a success.
It's a success.
Oh, okay,
7.
sure. There.
There.
It is.
Yeah.
So that's
3,
1, 2,
4,
3,
5. So that's
So-
halfway through the minute.
Now 10 more, because I can use my action and bonus action.
2, 3.
These are at disadvantage as well. So it's
Okay,
20 rolls.
14,
So that's
13, 11,
3, 4,
9.
5, 6, 7.
Oh.
There's the second failure.
One more.
Second failure.
8. There it is.
Just petrified.
Noxina
Meanwhile,
is petrified.
yes. Meanwhile, that's 8 rounds for the rest of us to clean up the injury, one at a time.
I'm just
Assuming that that's done.
They're dead.
no point.
Dareth Exel and Eravandar can just like peek their heads out and be like, "Ooh, maybe, yang."
Oh, the irony.
That is delicious."
Darius, better get that book out right now. Yeah,
What-
Ariana, hand it over to him, and he can. This is good material.
Did Ariad write some tales of her people in the time that she had it?
No.
Oh,
There's like ink splatters,
yeah.
so you can see that she's tried.
Oh,
Like there might be like started sentences.
Yeah.
But there's no finish.
I mean, so hers says that when she's incapacitated, it doesn't matter, right? So Artemisia, I imagine, like almost kneels down and just repeatedly forces those saves over and over, and it's like intense concentration. And then, like for the others, nothing happens because she's just incapacitated the whole time, and then suddenly she just hardens into stone.
I'm just standing behind you, like fist out Darth Vader style, keeping this going up, and then like just this imagery of you staring into her eyes while she's forced to watch. Ah,
How fitting.
I mean, she
a
betrayed.
perfect end for that traitor.
Yeah, she betrayed us. Everything we did. She just had to be a nice person, you know? And,
It seems to be surprisingly hard for some people. We investigate the area. Rest. They
Well, I
came
think-
from further in.
Oh yeah, I mean, once she's turned to stone, and we say that Artemisia uses the axe to chop her head off, and we'll place it like in
Like
her
in the
lap.
last half second, the last bit of her to turn to stone is her neck, and
Yeah, I mean,
right before it gets there.
and then place the severed head in her lap, and like in Moxina's own lap, and then turns around and says, "Right, I think we're here for some other business now."
The temple is certainly quiet. Apart from Aravanda's exploratory nibbles at the suddenly very stony legs of Moxina. I'll reveal
Dareth
the
Axel's
area.
taking some aggressive baps at her. She's so mad at how small she is and how weak she is compared to how she used to be.
A new training dummy for the dragon.
Yeah. You can clearly see that the rest of this temple seems to have been converted into, the things you generally need to live somewhat comfortably, like a small dining room, a somewhat kitchen, a sleeping area, which, of course, far too small for the number of people you've seen in the cages. This seems to be... There's definitely some sort of hierarchy going on among the prisoners, and this seems to be where the most respected members are allowed to sleep, whereas everyone else sort of finds a bed somewhere. The big stone door into the inner sanctum, however, remains closed for the time being. Also, disregard these big statues. It's not actually.
Sure. Well, I mean, Artemisia will walk towards Demos and say, well, I think it's about time we get to the reason why we were here, Demos.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe you have the very honor of leading us forward there.
Turns around and we'll do so.
All right. How do you attempt to open the big old?
So how is it barricaded?
It has no handles, does it?
There's no handles. It's a fairly plain-looking, just massive stone slab, really.
Is it like? Is there any sickness? Like any way to see which way it opens?
Like in or out? Is there a
Not
hinge?
from where you're standing. It's mostly just a big old stone surface.
All right. He will move down to the bottom and see if there's any if there appears to be like a crack under it, or at least like it's resting on the floor or it slides into the floor.
Give me a perception check.
Can I give him? Well, never mind.
Yeah, looking
Yeah.
around, you don't see any mechanisms. You don't see any place where it can slide into. It thoroughly seems like just a really big stone block.
All right. Well, there's only one way to try to move that. There's a brute force.
I mean, I would aid, but I feel like Demos can do this. Like,
It's his
can and wants to do this, right?
Well,
He's stronger than he is, so.
Well, I mean, you
I
can
mean, advantage.
affection with moral support.
the
He knows
MacGyver
that he
as like a
believes
destined.
Nah,
Yeah,
I
no,
do.
he has an adamantine trident. You could begin stabbing it, cracking it, breaking it. But he
I
would
would like
rather
to take a short rest
Yeah.
while Demos figures out how to open the door to his destiny.
I feel
Be
like he'll
great.
open it before the hour is over.
You can start.
You can start.
Yeah.
That means he just watches.
Try to lift the door.
Lift or push.
Right.
Lift the door.
Well, if there's no crack in the middle, then it obviously doesn't open.
I reckon it's just a big old block, and you just need to push it aside.
Well, let's try to push
Zelda style.
it.
Yeah.
Instead of anything else.
All right.
Yeah, Pythor said as much, didn't he?
Puts his hands on it and just.
Just shoves. Ooh.
Sure. Give me a strength check.
Straight up strength.
Yeah, you push and push, but really, Demos is strong. There's no one quite like him, and that's not just what he thinks about himself. It's basically objectively true. But the stone does not appear to budge. Give me a perception check, though. Now that you're like pushing with all your weight, really throwing your shoulder into it and everything, and well, inevitably getting very close to the door, you can see that there's actually a very, very faint inscription that you would have absolutely missed if you weren't as close as you are.
Try to read it.
It says, "Blessed be the one who is not overcome by the weight of the world."
What?
Does he keep pushing?
I mean, sure.
All right, give me another strength check. You don't exactly feel the stone door budge, but doesn't even need a perception check this time. There's more inscription, and you're almost certain it wasn't there before. It wasn't just because you're close. It's in fact appearing as you're pushing.
All right.
As the next bit says, and defies impossible odds.
Keep going, man.
That's what that means.
Well, that sounds like our Demos.
Mm-hmm.
Give another strength check. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty clear to Demos that actually, like, strength does seem to matter to this door, but it's more of a message that is being delivered as he's pushing, rather than the actual act of pushing being the point of this. As the last bit says, without losing sight of the right way. As a few just moments later, suddenly the door moves by itself, like the massive stone block just sliding inwards as if just like sliding on ice.
Must looks back to the others and says, as they're resting, he says, "There, that should do it."
Artemisia
like-
gives a respectful nod, like, yeah, good job.
As impressive as always, Demos. Quite
Inside,
remarkable.
you see a decorated little chamber with a big old stone coffin to the north, and this time it does in fact have a statue sitting on top of it, showing someone that Demos doesn't really recognize. You could give me a history check.
Sure.
Yeah, you have no idea.
That's probably correct.
But it does seem to be a female warrior figure, dressed not unlike Demos, actually. The colors obviously aren't there in a stone statue. The style is reminiscent. It's the same heavy armor. She doesn't wear a shield and a spear, but rather a bow and a longsword at her hip. Looking quite good, actually. Like, she's got muscles the same diameter of Demos, approximately.
Well, she is half sister, presumably. Yeah, he'll go into it. Looking around. Is there anything else in the room? Or
Yes. Right in front and around of her coffin are a variety of items. Most of them mundane. The armor depicted on the statue, for example, as well as a large number of just mundane weaponry from daggers and a few quivers full of arrows, things like that. The things of note are the following. There appears to be a longsword that is definitely glowing with some sort of magic. It's actually glowing quite intently. There are two arrows which are put, basically, apart from the other ones that look incredibly fancy, of significant workmanship, a magical wand and a very large potion. Sort of reddish liquid that is also faintly glowing.
Right. Longsword, 2 magical arrows, a magic wand, and a very large potion. Take a moment to look up on this statue and probably just go over and like put his hand on the coffin. Would that you had been successful. But perhaps even in your loss, you might have granted me success. We'll move to claim the.
All right.
And he will step back, inspecting the room once more, ensuring that he has not missed anything and that he commits it to memory. And then I think he will. Is there any way to close it again?
You could presumably push the stone block back into place from the inside, which is sort of not exactly the point.
Counterintuitive.
Yeah. Doesn't immediately see a way.
I got rope.
But there was definitely magic involved in how the door opened.
Oh,
Well,
maybe
you figure then it might be able to reseal itself. So he will step out once more. I think we're done here.
Find anything you hoped for?
I'm not sure exactly what this is. What I am sure of is it's going to help us.
Artemisia nods. Says then, I am pleased for you, Deimos.
Thank you. Out here, maybe Darius can identify stuff while doing the short rest.
Yeah, there's not going to be any spells needed. If you take a short rest to investigate the items, I'll tell you what they are. The longsword, which must have been very useful for Deimos' half-sister, maybe of questionable usefulness for you, is a dragon-sensing longsword that is currently sensing dragons. There's 2 arrows of dragon slaying, a wand of web, and a potion of supreme healing.
Supreme healing, huh?
Wand of web.
Wand of
I mean,
web.
that's gotta be to
Supreme
Like-
healing.
keep
Alright.
it immobile.
Sword that can sense dragons. 2 arrows that can slay dragons. A wand that can stick dragons with web, and a potion that can heal you. Alright. Yeah, dragon sensing sword, huh? So,
Alright.
Yeah.
I mean,
Perhaps
I guess
with-
when we're fighting Hexia, we're not going to be bringing the baby dragons. So maybe that's when it'll be great to know that we're being ambushed when the sword glows.
We'll find ways to make it useful. Perhaps even in time there may be a way to enchant it or something to exclude certain dragons that are friendly to you. Who knows?
no. Wand of web, huh? Sticking dragons down has always been trouble.
Mm-hmm.
You just can't use it.
Wait, why are we resting in a temple?
Why not?
Why not?
Because there's much comfier things we can rest in.
Yeah,
Because Demos started hacking at the door, and we all wanted to be here for the moment. And
Well,
because
yeah, I mean-
I'm down to 19 hit points, and I'm gonna sit on my fucking ass.
Yeah, just in case there's more elves out there. You know.
I mean, ultimately,
Also, it gives him a chance to investigate the weaponry. Like, why not?
Yeah, I mean, actually taking go out for a stroll if
I mean,
if she
she's not
wants to
going for a
throw some
stroll.
arrows, you know, if she
She's
wants to throw some arrows at the elves in the bushes.
no, she's not. She's not doing any of that. She's going in a tower that she owns.
Oh yeah. Just blocking off the door. That's so good. Love it.
Just right in front.
Run out
Why
the door
not?
and you'll die.
If you flip it so that the door is here,
I
then
can't. I can't rotate it because it's set. It's a token.
if you go to the properties and then switch it to top down, you can.
Oh, sure, let's do that. Go to properties and
It's like first tab, whatever that's
config,
called. Yeah. Shape or
shape, top
yeah,
down.
shape. Top
Okay.
down.
Set facing. And then we just set the door to the south.
I
There we go. Get the bodies get shunted out of the way, and we can wrap
mean,
back
there
to
you
the
go.
tower.
Okay, yeah, why not?
Exactly. That's what I mean. Why would we be just resting in a dusty old temple when we can sit in the tower?
You know, you have a point.
Yeah,
In
I
the
mean, if
fortress of
I
Dragonlords.
that to like lift an eyebrow to Demos and be like,
I mean, once Demos is back,
Yes,
then
"This is
Artemisia
the life
walks
we're
off.
doing now."
There's a hint of nostalgia. It's been a long time since Darius has set foot in
Is
this.
it just a cube though?
I mean, there's
It's a
more
tower.
levels.
It's got multiple floors.
Yeah.
We just put a tower in front of a door.
I'll just put like the bottom floor there for now.
There's a ladder here that goes up to the top.
Yeah.
Okay,
like,
well,
the middle,
the
middle
Arya's not
floor looks
going
like
into like
this.
a cube. Like,
There's
hey,
the beds,
I
and
have a
then-
cube.
The top level looks like this.
There
So
you go.
by all means.
Have you ever? Have you all done something with Moxina's like stony body?
I removed her head
Okay.
I feel like
and
if we
placed
can
it
find a way
on
to
her
fly
lap.
above Hexia, dropping her head on there would be
Yeah,
a
let's say
perfect.
she won't care about her. She
Nah,
doesn't think she cares about beauty, and she's been purchasing the beautiful people.
but I'll
She
keep
never
the
took this one, so
I'll keep the head though.
sure.
I was gonna say, if
He
nothing
will-
else, you know,
I think as he walks past, he will just like with his like foot like knock it over.
I mean, I got a catapult spell.
No,
I
no, no.
just, that's-
I want to keep it because I can use the like if all else fails, we can use her head in my shield to gain one of her
Oh, that's
traits.
Oh my god, that is
What
whoa.
are her
You can
traits?
emulate being a Medusa with that.
Well, it's a more powerful Medusa,
It's
right?
more powerful. So,
It's true. It's true, actually.
Yeah, turned to stone, and then her stony head.
Give me
Yeah.
the traits at some point that I can roll.
1 second. Yeah.
Yeah, no, he just wanted to make sure that.
Oh yeah, no, I chopped her
You
damn
would
head
take
off.
this one.
but also, like, if you meet another Medusa, that's a pretty. You
It's
know,
it's a warning.
that's swinging your big dick around. It's
Which really
dropping
isn't
ahead of
actually
a
that
more
big.
powerful Medusa.
It's not that big considering, you know, it took 8 rounds. Like,
That, but
yeah, I mean, we could take a short rest in here and then leave.
yeah, I think we're done here.
I think so too.
yeah.
Yeah,
Well done.
looking around there, certainly doesn't seem to be any opposition left on the island. At least no obvious opposition. The prisoners are sort of milling about, not entirely sure. One of them does have the courage to approach you. A grizzled fella with a face that only a mother could love. Clear signs of battle injuries and such. He suggests, sort of timidly, which contrasts with his appearance, that he knows he's done bad things and he's here for a reason, but he figures that if you go out there and go look for dangers and such as heroes do, then surely you could be of assistance. different kind of punishment, you see, and less boring than just sitting around. So if you think that would be an option, then
I don't fancy taking someone who's been exiled to this island of exiles. I don't feel like that can be trusted.
he simply shrugs at that and says, "I'll give it a chance."
There you go. Discord decided this would be the perfect time to update on my computer.
I'll tell you what, though. It may be boring, but we'll make sure that everyone pays respects to this temple, and that no one who might wish to enter the latter room go about making a habit of making things untidy. If we lose, well, I suppose it doesn't matter, and if we win our coming fights, perhaps I'll remember this place and visit it again. And if you're here and it still looks nice, things could be different.
He nods at that.
So you know what? If you just keep people out, it's not hard to maintain this temple.
I mean, maybe
Sweep
after
one
cleaning
to
the
eat.
blood up.
It's gotta give it a dusting every once in a while.
Yeah, like, you know.
It's a lot to begin with, with the amount of blood everywhere, but afterwards it's really low maintenance, I reckon.
I mean, they can live here. That's fine. It's just, he opened the last chamber. Let's make sure that they don't somehow just go and desecrate that place. He won't have it. So, this guy seems strong, tough. He can probably keep the others in line.
Yeah, I mean, if he keeps it safe, then yeah, I think that'd be a good payment to release him.
Sure, he'll look after the place. I mean, they've already been sort of looking after this place. They didn't want to desecrate anything. They just used the facility, so to speak.
Well, great.
I guess let's go back to the boat. Right? Like, we're done here?
Yeah.
I think we got more to do.
Yeah, let's go back.
All right.
This was,
Yeah. I'm marking this as a day spent, right?
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
Yeah, you can return to the rowboat and then the Ultros. Seeing what's the word? Wishful, distracted Pythol watching over the island.
How's Demos on the way back to the boat? Like, what is his disposition?
it's all right, I think. He, a lot has happened. He has learned some things, though, in a way, less than he hoped. Also more than he hoped. Luxina arrived. She's defeated. She's no longer a problem. In some way, that's beginning the fight with Hextia already. On the other hand, I thought told him truth. And that's good. Still, he's glad he came here. But he didn't feel triumphant in killing these elves and such. They were just more victims of Hextia's cruelty, who had been broken beyond repair, seemingly. Yeah, he hopes that will change, and then is reminded that he might well end up giving the island over to a dragon that is equally cruel to them. But if that's the case, then he'll come back to it. He says that himself. Why? Does Darius ask?
No, he's respecting his distance, but it's you found out that you have another sister, and then that you were at her tomb. Like that's a lot. And also,
He never knew her. She seemed pretty cool, though.
yeah,
His 4 in his history basically means that sadly no one knows anything about her. So.
yeah, and especially right now, I mean, knowing that something is going on with Demos, something is compromised. He's just looking out for him in general.
He
So
certainly holds the items he found close.
yeah, I mean they're her legacy, right? That's
Yeah, like too many times, like the people Pythor has, his immediate family is not always really great. So maybe sometimes it's nice when there's someone who's not terrible. Like, hey, this one was pretty cool. The guy had the same task as me. Like, it looks pretty fucking strong too. Pretty dope. Not a crazy murderer.
you should meet the one who runs Astoria. She's got a surprisingly level head on her for being Pythor's daughter.
Back on the boat.
Back on the boat.
As the boat says, so where should we go next? It's going to be a little time sailing, of course, but there's some other locations. Still haven't visited the blacksmith. I'm quite interested to see what will be there.
I also would be interested to see the blacksmith, but before we make a decision, let me do one thing quickly. It may inform this. It may not.
All right.
But we have to pull up anchor anyway.
Sure. Some sort of
you can
future sight.
No, today's sending, which I was waiting until the end of the day, just in case something disastrous happens and needed it for something else, be towards Kira. And it will say, I reluctantly appreciate your actions. The one unsewn mouth knows much about Lutheria. I'm sure you know Darius would learn and report everything he can.
All right. You don't get a response. But you do feel like the message arrived.
All right. Maybe I'll check in again in a couple days.
Artemisia will say, as like we discuss where to go, she'll say, I would appreciate a stop in Mitros, though.
Oh?
I would like to ask Valus a question, and although your sending is useful, 25 words a day is exceptionally slow.
Right.
She taps the amulet that she got very early on. Says, I have some more questions about the one trapped in here.
It's a good thing we don't roll deception checks against players.
I think she's been completely honest, actually.
Uh-huh.
She does have a question.
Well, if you think it's worth another trip to Mitros, then I trust you.
I'm just not entirely sure I can trust whatever's trapped in here. I don't even know how trapped she is. I can't exactly ask Pythor for advice. I would just rather we not go into even more danger and having a wild card. I would not like to just discard her just in case. She could prove useful, but still.
I believe we should have checked this when we were last there, just recently. No?
I had spoken to her about this one, but Valis... There was a lot going on. It was Eudora had just been, and we were getting scrolls of restoration. Perhaps a little more forethought of myself would have helped. I can agree.
Beyond that, Valis, she would not meet us.
Why not? She normally does.
No, she...
I can use the sending to give her an advance warning, and she can make sure that she's available at the correct time. I'm sure 25 words at least would grant us that.
Yeah, shrugs. I just don't want to waste our time. Valis believes there is something to find on the amulet. Suppose that's what we'll do. He looks to Artemisia. I would want you to have concerns about such a thing.
Artemisia nods and says, well, this is the one that caused my curse, and she knows things about Sidon, at least, Lutheria possibly. I just don't want to... If I could let that go, then perhaps I would. I don't have any great attachment to the lady, but just that knowledge, but also the worries. I'd just rather we are secure.
Oh,
Are
we
you?
are close to Mitros.
I mean, Ariat will step ahead and she'll say, if you don't mind, I would like to have a look at it. I do, unfortunately, have a connection with Sidon through distant blood, and I am, as I have been recently, a bit more intuitive when it comes to curses. I might be able to look at it.
Artemisia shrugs and says, sure, why not? We'll take it off her head. She doesn't want to give it to Aria directly, but we'll happily let her look over
No,
it.
I mean, over at the ship, she'll take a longer look at it.
Yeah, sure.
She'll say,
We're on the ship, I imagine.
I'm not sure how it lines up, but I would very much like to go to the ant at one point.
The ant.
And yeah, number 6. Oh, number 10 even.
That's
Talius.
What has made you want to go there?
It is information about the Titans, a god of crafting, and about Cantimane. I want as much information about the Titan before we have to face them. And I mean, if it's also a place for a god of crafting, maybe there'll also be something useful for us to find, other than just the knowledge.
So, what's that? Knowledge of the Titans would certainly make sense. I always had the sense that there might be, after seeing the Kentimane walking below the waves,
There's something weird.
More is better.
Yeah, agreed.
Beyond that, I don't think you have made many decisions on our journey as to where we should go. So I personally would place this as a priority.
I had a similar thought. But if perhaps we go to the ant and then afterwards to Mitros to address Artemisia's concerns.
That will also give Alice, well, I guess a day to, or a couple to figure out. Think about it. And it will give Area time to perhaps answer whatever queries there are with the amulet. Makes sense.
Perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, Artemisia has no objections.
Time is ever of the essence.
Mhm.
Set sail. To the end.
Let's do it. Guess that's where.
Fade out.
Yeah.
Picture the ship sets from the harbor, like in not unlike the elven ships in the end of Lord of the Rings 3.
Yep. Yep.
Hmm.
Wonderful.
I'm assuming that we
Wow.
brought the body of the wretched creature with us, right?
Moxina?
Moxina.
Yeah, probably.
If
I
you
mean,
want it.
maybe not her. I'm taking her head. That's.
So should we let the rest be a warning to
Sure. Why not?
I don't know.
I don't have
we
any
post
strong
it in
feelings.
front of the entrance of the tomb for some other adventures to find one day.
Also, are we gonna take the statue of the greeting person with us? I don't know that we can actually make them non-petrified.
We have
But
that scroll, don't we?
We do, but if we're going to go see Vals anyway, then there's no reason why.
Well, the person is banished.
I would rather take them and then just have them put on in a cell ready for the next prisoner convoy. There's other ways of going about this. This is a precious resource. Don't have the ability to replicate it.
All right.
And if we're going to see Valis anyway, then
It's not. I mean, it seemed like a nice thing to do, but then again,
yeah,
he says the one doing the magic. He doesn't really know how it works.
I have no idea, like, how petrification is ended. To be honest.
I guess we can put her
I think.
on the altar.
Well, she used greater restoration on me, right? I'm pretty sure.
Yes. Both take petrification.
Yes. But while I have mastered the ability to use the scroll without chance of fault, it would still be used. It's a one-time thing.
We can acquire more, I'm sure. If we're visiting Mitros anyway.
I'm not sure. Remember, we had to. It's quite the funding. They're expensive to make.
Now that they have gotten rid of the snakes amongst them, I'm sure we'll find more support there as well.
I also just realized something I've been considering for the past couple of days. I may be able to find answers in Mitros as well. So I would. It's a line of thought. It's still extremely questionable, but the first thing I have to determine is whether or not this potion truly is safe to use beyond the complications we already know of. If it can be, I want to try and find a way to perhaps undo it for the other dragons, give those children a chance at it being a child again. But I don't know how to do that. But if we're going to Mitros anyway, then visiting their library could be very useful.
Slightly. He doesn't like the potions. He feels like they have work of the Titans in them, and he can't trust anything that really has that. But sure, let's go. Maybe we'll learn more about them at the end.
Understanding how they work may be key to undoing them. Sure, you can get behind, even if you don't like the potions. I don't particularly care for them either.
Set sail for the end.
All right. Next time.
Next
See what lies behind the end.
And then maybe the blacksmith. And then maybe Metro.
Demon's is like, really? We just don't have time for this. My curiosities.
I
We're all
mean,
like,
we do have time for this, for sure. Honestly.
If those are your destinations, then I reckon we can play next week, actually.
Hey!
Alright.
You
Oh, you're
threatened
welcome,
me with
Dad.
wanting. You threatened me with wanting to go to the blacksmith before and then didn't, so I already have all that prepared.
But we're going to the ant first.
No one else wants to go to the blacksmith. I'm just, well,
I mean,
No,
I'm
I'm
with
down.
you
you.
want to go there? Let's
Yeah.
go there. It's
I
already
wanna-
ready, guys.
I want
Would
to
you rather go to Mitros in 2 weeks or blacksmith next week?
If we were to go to the ant, would we be able to
No,
play?
that's fine. It's fine.
Yep, that's fine. So if we go to the ant and then the blacksmith and Mitros, those are all things that Sheep has maps for. Great.
And I mean, honestly, it would be nice to go to the blacksmith with a dragon scaled Demos.
Why?
I don't know. Maybe it's better. I don't really know what dragon scale armor is like, to be honest.
It just gives you resistance to frightful presence and breath weapons of that. It's very specific.
Now, it is a concern, though, to think about. We might find things in some of these other islands that might require us to go back to Metro. So going back now, like soon, style of character might be annoying.
Yeah.
And have to go to another island and then go back again.
Yeah, I mean,
There is a reason to go back there to like fix it legitimately, but it's not like pressing, right?
3, 6.
So we probably would.
Yeah, the main reason is to cure Demos, which of course we wouldn't be able to
Who knows
openly talk
what's
about.
going on?
Say again?
Who knows what's even going on with that? But just saying, we might have to come back again.
Yeah, that is a fair point.
Islands, so.
Looking at the
And it does take us like 4 days to go there. So
to go where?
Yeah, I think the key thing is if you start showing any more changes, then it's like, okay, this thing is whatever is happening is getting worse. Then it might become more pressing to.
I mean, I'm just looking at how many places we haven't visited, and
Quite a few.
how many. Yeah, but I mean, how many days we have left. So
Keep in mind, every place we visit though is 3 days per
3
minimum
days, yeah.
because we have travel
let's,
time.
yeah, that's what I'm trying to get at. Is that we want to do 14. Want to have 13 days before we go to Hexia, right? So 13 days is what, 5?
Well, we can leave for Hexia on day 11 because we have the 2 days travel time. Then it arrives, and then
Yeah, but
Demas
if
gets to
it's
use his thing
3
immediately.
days per place, it's
So-
either 9 days or 12 days.
if we lose a place, yeah. So it basically is 3 places potentially before Hexia, right?
4 places, isn't it? We want to
Yeah.
get
Oh,
there
yeah.
because there's
Let's do
12
70
days,
is our estimates.
and then we can go there. So that's 4 places, and we want to go to the ant, the blacksmith. The only place I think would be cool would be the chariot, but I'm really not married to the idea.
I'd be down. Getting more knowledge is never a bad thing.
Yeah, so that's 1, 2, 3, and
Mitros.
Mitros, and then we go kill Hexia. Who knows? Maybe we can get some stuff while we're in Mitros, like resistance to green dragon poison.
I'll get that from
Yeah.
the armor.
I
mean,
won't get that from
you,
the armor.
Yeah, we won't. The 3 of us need
It's
it.
like nice for you, man. But
Yeah, no, finding a potion person is good if we can get
and the best
poison
place would be
resistance.
Mitros, wouldn't it? Really,
Yeah.
like out of character, regardless of other agendas in character, getting resistance to poison when fighting an adult, if not ancient, green
also
dragon is a
there,
big deal.
If there's a way to counter the frightful presence, that would be a huge boon for us as well.
I mean, for you guys, I can just say I'm not scared. So
Yeah. Well, again, that's
Yeah.
well,
for you
Demos
to-
will have advantage on it.
Yes.
He'll have his dragon scale armor. You can decide not. Me and Ariad, though, if two of the party are wasting their time being frightened and
No,
running away
definitely.
from stuff, then
Yeah.
Frightened, you can't move closer.
Mhm.
As long as you stick together somewhat.
I actually considered just like readying like right before Hexia's turn and just keep using low-level sleeping draughts, because even if you fail, then it's like, oh, then the creature can't take reactions, can only take one attack per turn. Like, it's still really good, even if
That's
you get the
pretty
fail
good.
effect.
Yeah.
So just like on creatures that have multiple attacks and legendary actions, all kinds of bullshit, to just like delay it or ready right before her turn, and then just use
That's
a second level
crazy.
spell slot and intentionally fail.
It's crazy. All right. But yeah, I think potions for just the poison damage alone is going to be awful on like breath
Yeah.
attacks.
She
And
might have it on her claws too. I don't know if green dragons
but
have
maybe.
some, or like on her bite attack
I mean, we're gonna
could have poison.
presumably we'll have bardic for like piercing or slashing anyway.
Well, it might be bardic for poison if we can't think of another way around it. But
Yeah.
whatever the most pressing thing that we don't have covered is, the bardic will go to for
I
sure.
would like poison for sure because my god, like just fighting that brass and like. And
Also, if we're going to an island this time, I would love to like somehow try and talk Xerxia into at least flying us above the island, because I just have this mental image of skydiving down into her lair and then just like using Featherfall at the last second. Just yeah, I would love to do that.
But I mean, just with that, yeah, we can go to the ant, the blacksmith, the chariot, then go to Mitros for potion stuff. And
Maybe
then,
it doesn't even take a full day. Maybe it does. I don't know.
who knows? And then we can go kill Hexia.
That seems like a plan.
That seems like it's
We
pretty
spent the
solid.
time at least.
Yeah, assuming
that
we don't
seems
learn any
to-
knowledge that radically changes that agenda. I would,
Yeah.
but, can't know until we're. It's a good working plan for now.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, things change all the
Yeah.
time for us, so who knows? But I've edited the constellations thing to be like step 1, 2, and 3. So
Okay.
you know, it's easy.
Yeah, there we go.
Subject to change and whatever the hell is happening on the islands, but
General thoughts. Sheep, I'm just reading over the identify spell, and it says that if I cast it on some other magic imbued object or magic item, I learn its properties and how to use them, and attunement, how many charges it has. So can I just cast identify on the aging potion?
I think calling a potion a magic item is a stretch.
Okay.
It's also not a magic imbued object. It's a magical consumable. I don't think that's in the spirit of the spell.
Okay, that's fair. I can at least cast detect poison and disease. See if that.
I mean, I don't think it poisons and diseases them. I think it.
The main thing is, so the only way that I would consider giving it to Dareth Axel requires 4 things: her consent, obviously, her informed consent, her mind to be of a mature age, which it is, and then the potion needs to work as advertised and also not have like some secret drawback. If I can achieve all 4 of those things, then I'm seriously considering giving it to her.
Sure.
And getting like a young dragon on our side, I think, is worth it.
Yeah.
That isn't like mentally compromised.
I mean, a young dragon would be more powerful than any of us, really, at the moment.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it would still have like an adult dragon's mind, so it wouldn't suffer the problems that like Argon and the other ones are.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, she's probably even older than that, because she would have been like an adult when she died, and then 500 years of roaming the Nethersea.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it depends on how the potion works.
More like haunting the Nethersea.
Yeah. I mean, it could
Even
be.
so, she's not a wormling in her mind, is what I'm getting at, and that was the problem that we understood with Acastus's dragons, was that they were babies.
Yeah, I
She's
think
the opposite. She's an adult in a baby's body.
I think the only thing that would make me want to say no to using it, even if the others are ticked, is if the power comes from the Titans.
Yeah, that's why I want to study the potion.
Yeah, because if it's from the Titans, then regardless if it doesn't have any innate, like, bad feature to it, who knows what the Titans can do to something that comes from their power, you know?
I would I would count that as part of a unknown drawback. Would be whether it gives them influence over the dragon or something like that.
Sure.
Which is a serious concern for Acastus's dragons. So even if I don't give it to her, I think it's still valuable information to assess.
Yeah, and I would like to turn those poor babies back to babies if we can.
Well,
we'll see what happens when the Titan army comes. I don't think it's time to turn them back into babies right now. Maybe in like a month.